Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. So we're catching anywhere between 35 to 40. Thank you for being here. Really excited. Welcome to Kansas City. Thank you. I'm Morale Salters with Kansas State University, Center for Hazardous Substance Research, the Tribal QAPP program, and my co-lead here, Jennifer Clancy. We're going to have a very fantastic workshop. So really appreciate you being here, whether you're in the place, in this space, sharing this time with us, or part of our virtual audience. We really appreciate the opportunity to connect. This has been a long time coming. We had a fantastic event almost 2 years ago in Denver, those that participated in that, and that really set the stage. And so since then, we've been thinking about how do we make this effective? How do we build on that fantastic work? And so we've listened to you all, our tribal professionals, the tribal nations, in crafting this agenda. And so I wanted to first thank the folks that have been involved with putting all of this together. So we can't start without thanking our EPA partners who have been really essential in putting all this together. Special thanks to Bobby Pennington for her work in helping find the facility and moving forward. Thanks to Hannah Craig, who's been behind the scenes really doing all the heavy lifting to put this event together. Thanks to Jennifer Clancy for all the outreach and communications. Special thanks to both Tribal TAD and TAD. This is really a wonderful collaboration and working together to move forward. And really to all of you do this. One of the things that we're really excited about in terms of today and then tomorrow is we're going to share some updates and some resources, some very practical tools, and then we're going to have some working sessions. And that's really been the request from the tribes to have the opportunity to really work through some things, to dive deeply into some of these key topics and to move forward. And so we really appreciate the opportunity to do that with you all. As part of those sessions, we'll really take the time to go and unpack the challenges and the opportunities, and hopefully you'll have some tangible takeaways from each of those mini sessions. Yeah, so here's the agenda we're going to walk through. So we'll kind of go through these things, look at those working sessions, talk about some specific programs and tools available, and then have the breakouts, and then we'll get some information and some perspective from EPA, and hopefully, and if there are any questions, any clarifications, anything like that, please work through the chat, reach out to us if you're in the room. Please don't hesitate. So in terms of housekeeping, any other things?
One thing quickly for our online friends, we really want you to feel like you're here in the room with us as much as that is possible. So, please, we will be monitoring the chat. It will be on the screen up here for everybody to see. So just be aware of that. But please unmute yourself to ask questions or use the chat, whatever you feel comfortable with. But we really want you to be in the room with us as much as possible. So, please keep that in mind. One final thing, I think, before we hand it over to DeAndre, we really want this to be fun and really want this to be interactive. So again, virtual guests, in the room guests, let's keep this informal, casual. We're all here to learn, but also we want to have fun and, talk to each other and engage. So please, don't hesitate within your comfort zone to ask questions and, interject thoughts, just kind of whatever you feel moved to do while you're here. We're all here to learn from each other, and keep things kind of casual. I just really want to stress that. So anything else from you?
One thing I did want to mention really briefly, special thanks to our partners, Adapta, Akana, and Stantec for jumping in and helping lead the working sessions. So we're really excited about that. And we really want this to be fun and interactive and really be a workshop in a good way. So yeah, with that, I think we'll invite EPA leadership, DeAndre Singletary, to share a few words. Thank you, DeAndre.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am excited to be here. I'm excited for you all to have this opportunity. Welcome to Kansas City. For those of you who travel from afar, really appreciate you being here. And I hear this is a miracle meeting. It almost didn't happen. So I really appreciate your desire, your commitment to each other, to your respective nations, and to the Tribal Response Program for making this opportunity happen. I do want to reiterate some things that both Jennifer and Oral said, which is this is a great opportunity to learn from each other. I know from EPA, we have people from our grants office, we have people from our tribal response program. I think we have some folks from our quality assurance office that are going to be here at some point in the meeting. Take advantage of that expertise. It's free. And take advantage of what you have to offer to each other. If you are a newer member to the Tribal Response Program, please find a mentor and learn about how you can take advantage of some of the successes and some of the challenges that folks have already experienced. I do want to reiterate as well, if you are online, please actively participate. Again, there's a lot of expertise in this room and online. Lastly, I think what I will say, because I will be very brief because I head back to the regional office, is that I do want to thank Maggie and Jennifer and Oral and Hannah just for your commitment to making things happen. I think you create opportunities every day for people. You connect people and opportunities. So really appreciate the spirit in which you come and set up this meeting. So that being said, I'm going to get out your hair, and you all have a really great meeting. And again, take advantage of the opportunity that you have before you. So thank you all for being here.
Okay, so now Jennifer Morris and Joanne, is Joanne here? Yeah, okay. I've never met Joanne before, so I didn't know what face went with that. And they're gonna just kind of give us an overview of, you know, kind of how to take advantage and make the most of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding in this final year that we have it available to us.
All right, so I'm not sure where we're looking for
There.
there. All right, there we are. Hey, all y'all up there. Okay. So you remember this. We are here to pump you up. You remember that?
No.
So, no, so yeah, I'm really old and you're really young. Okay, so that's an old bit. Okay, so we're here to talk to you about the future of the last year of bill funding. And we have some tips and some admonishment to give you going into this next round. So we'll go back and forth a little bit. The first thing I wanted to talk about is, you know, the guidelines come out in September. You know what I'm talking about, the guidelines, the thing that says, hey, everybody, now that you've got your money, you have to tell us what you want to do with it already a year from now, magically, by December. And in those guidelines, you will be asked to address unliquidated obligations. In this last round of bill, the focus on your unliquidated obligations needs to be more than just a cursory statement about, yeah, we got some plans to do some stuff. I think that it's going to be real important that you demonstrate that you've got a plan with some dates and some expectation of actual drawdowns that shows that you will have actual need by the time next year rolls around. Because these grants are part of the continuing environmental program grants, and they have limitations. Jessica wants to talk to you about what those limitations are. Joanne. We're Jane people. Joanne and Jennifer. Joanne, what's that limitation we have on continuing environmental programs?
We can't extend them past 5 years.
5 years. So if you're thinking that you can cash in, drag in some of that cash and that bill money, and then maybe do a no-cost extension for a couple of years to spend it, no can do. Because it is subject to the grants policy initiative, GPI 1101, which you know that, but it's the one that says that you can't have a continuing environmental program longer than 5 years. And so you desperately will need during your pitch to show that you need this additional funding. But okay, that's the doom part. What about the fun stuff? What should we be putting in that request? Joanne, what are some things that we could be putting in our request for funding in that final year?
I would say take a look at your inventory. Hopefully you all have that. I know what we're talking about that later, but you can refresh it at this meeting if you need to. Really take a look at your inventory and like Jessica was saying, take out the sites that are priority and make it a plan. So looking at maybe that means not your most complex site that, you know, is going to take 5 years to actually get to clean up, right? Like we're looking at things that can be accomplished by the end of that 5-year grant. So maybe that means cleanups. It could just mean assessments if we're not ready for cleanup yet. I would also add to that if you are needing like new big equipment or vehicles. I know a lot of folks have already gotten program vehicles in the past few years, but keeping some stuff like that in mind as well, big purchases that you might want to make that you won't be able to or potentially won't have the funding for in a few years.
And let's talk about that in a few years, because that site specific work, we've all seen the trend for our annual appropriation funding is going down, right? Has anybody noticed that?
Yeah.
The annual appropriation funding is going down. It isn't going to get better when Bill goes away. Okay, that annual appropriation funding is stagnant. We have more people eating that same pie. So the idea that you're going to be able to do site work from your annual appropriation is probably going away or going to be less. So you need to be looking at what are the things that you can do, preparing yourself for competing for those community-wide grants, or looking at joining coalitions to do assessment work. If you've got site work, this is in the future, way in the future, okay? Everybody's looking at me like horrified. Okay, my problem is I get a little too strategic and a little too far out. But if we're looking at Bill being the end of a lot of your site work and you're cutting back to bare bones, employees, travel, and just your basic keeping your response program going. How are you gonna get any site work done? You're gonna need to reframe how you do that, whether it's through TBAs and preparing for competitions with coalitions, with other, and with targeted cleanups. So making the most of your bill by being specific about what you've got on the table so that you can get what you need to finish your projects that you have started.
I have a question in the
A
chat.
question in the chat.
Read it. Since this is the last year of the bill grant, and if you apply for it this next round, can you extend it up to 5 years if you need to? Or does the work have to be completed by the end of the fiscal year with no extension option?
That is exactly what we are talking about, Paige. The total number of years that your bill grant can have is 5. So when did you take your first bill grant? It's been extended X number of times. You take a little bit bill money. That will be your final bill grant. That'll be the final number of years.
Jennifer, what if I want to apply for more this year?
Yeah,
Does that money have to be spent by the end of the fiscal year?
yeah. According to our guidance, you're supposed to be asking for 1 year's worth of money every
Sure.
time.
Right, but what if you need an extension?
It depends on how many years you already have in your bill grant already.
Okay, so let's say I spend, I've spent the money that I've previously asked for, right, and received, right? And then I ask this round for new money. How long do I have?
Like a new grant.
Right,
I was like, so you're gonna close your existing bill grant,
correct.
but you've already extended it. Okay, I
Right,
see.
but I'm gonna close it this year.
Okay, I got you. So, yeah, you would potentially have up to 5 years to spend a brand new grant. But I will tell you this, your work plan is supposed to be a 1-year work plan. You're not going to come in for a 5-year work plan for that funding.
Right, but I'm just
So-
wondering if I need an extension. If that's an option, because some things happen, between contractors or whatever.
Right.
I just want to know if that's an option.
Right, so what we're facing with our grants offices right now is, and with the concept of people and having all this unliquidated obligation. Is people asking for more than they were able to spend. And being able to justify it, so. This is problematic because it affects your ability to request funding in the future. And this wouldn't just affect your bill funding, it would affect then your annual appropriation funding, because then they would hold that against you. And so this is why it's really important that you don't ask for more than you can spend. And you need to, with your unliquidated obligation, have an actual plan for how you're gonna get it spent down by the time that the new funding is there. So I get what you're saying, Paige, but strategically, you can't say, I'm gonna ask for a ton of money and now I've got 5 years to spend it.
No, that's not what I was getting at. I was just, never mind. I was just wondering if there was a possibility. I'm not gonna ask for more money than I can spend. That's not the issue. I just want to know if issues arise, that, projects get delayed or whatever due to weather events or just something happens, if that's an option.
Absolutely, extensions are allowable. And you have to address them in your unliquidated obligations every year when you make your requests.
When you say unliquidated obligations, can you explain that, please?
Okay, so when you do your request every year, you have to talk about the utilization. I guess that's what it's taught, it's referred to in the guidance as your utilization of funds. You have to talk about your utilization of prior year funds. Not the funds that you were just awarded, but the funds that you still have on the books from the immediate year prior. And if you haven't even spent that year's funding and don't have a plan for spending that year's funding, it's really hard for the regions to make a case to give you more funding. And so when it comes to this last round of bill, it's gonna be super important for when you're doing that utilization of funding to explain your plan, like with dates and with specificity. Not just, this is the reason that we had a delay, but here's our plan and why we think we will have spent this money by September of next year, and we'll be ready to spend the new money that we're asking for. Because you will have, in large part, just gotten a chunk of new money too. This is the utilization is about the year prior to the money that you just got. So.
The idea is really, we're not trying to like scare you into thinking that you'll be like year 5 is gonna hit and you're just come to a mid halt or a mid project halt, but it's like the idea is that as a program, we want to show that this money has been needed, that it has been well used, and if at the end of these grants we are pulling back huge amounts of money, that doesn't look like it's been needed and well used, right? So sort of as a collective, the idea is that, right, like maybe, you know, there's been a big gap in between brownfields coordinators or something with one recipient, and that means that they weren't spending money for a little while, but so you don't need more. But another recipient has really suddenly amped up, they have a bunch of big projects going on and they can spend it, right? Like if you're not asking for funds that you won't be able to spend, that means someone else can spend them by that date. So we're just trying to show that as a program, using the funds responsibly, we don't want to have to give a whole bunch of money back because then no one got to use it, which is just sad. So
Right. But we definitely want to see you, if you can use the funds, use the funds. We want to see those cleanups. I mean, we've got one potentially brewing. That I don't want to single you out, but there's a couple that are on the cusp of being ready. And if we can get something, you know, ready to go for December that says, look, we're gonna need some cleanup dollars for this project, then let's put it on there. You know, we should be able to put those out there. Even if we don't know the exact dollar amount by December, you know you're gonna have a cleanup. And so we don't want to scare people away. We just need you to be clear about what our boundaries are and also the future. And Christine is going to talk more about the future of the actual annual appropriation. So it's not all doom and gloom, because I don't want to take that away from Christine. Christine is going to tell us about all of the wonderful things that we're going to have with the annual appropriation later. But yeah.
I think we just wanted to kind of remind everyone 2027 feels far away, but in terms of making your plan, we're back to the original. In terms of making the plan, now is the time for that plan. So talk to your project officers, talk to your tab folks, and kind of dive in sooner rather than later.
Yeah, if you don't have if you don't have a generic QAPP, get one. Hire a contractor, write a generic QAPP that covers you for 5 years.
And we're gonna learn about how to do that today.
Right, I mean, but that would be something for everyone to have, to cover them, and it wouldn't be cool to have. I mean, we should do that. So, okay. Anything else? Any other questions?
Come on, hit them with a hard question.
All right.
Oh, just.
Jessica's rule. Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you so much, Jennifer and Joanne. One of the real opportunities here is the cross-regional dialogue, the perspectives that really help shape and inform how we do the important work that's taking place. And so we really appreciate any of the opportunities to talk about how things are happening in one region and how they're happening in another region, how we can learn from each other. So for this next session, we're going to talk a little bit about the kind of heart and soul of the TRP program itself, which is oftentimes the starting place for Tribal Brownfields. And so for those that may have participated during the national conference, we were able to dive deeply into the TRP and get into the some of the mechanics, but then also some creative aspects and ideas about really how to not only really establish, but really advance your TRP program. And so what we'd like to do here is just hit some of those highlights, talk about that, have some dialogue, learn from you all, and really get you thinking about it for the duration of the workshop, about really how important it is to think about those various elements and how foundational those are. So yeah, we'll kind of dive in to the program itself, the key elements, each one will unpack a bit and just kind of help stimulate that kind of creative thinking.
Yeah, so we've, in the room, excuse me, we're passing some handouts down. These are just for you to take notes on, take back with you, use as a resource, kind of however you want to do this. Those of our friends that are online, the link that Hannah just put in the chat is the link to the handout, so you can have access to that as well, both for taking notes today, referring back to in the future, however you want to do this. So we really want this to be a conversation with you all. So what we're hoping, what will happen is that we'll just kind of, go through each element, just the high level, what is it about, and then talk, give some examples of some creative approaches, some creative ways you can kind of address these elements, but then we want to hear from you all and how you're doing this. And actually, I think what's more important is not that we necessarily talk about the creative approaches first, but that we actually hear, in the room and online, how are you all working through these elements? We have, some new folks, we have some folks that have been around for a long time. And being able to learn from each other is really kind of at the heart of all of this. You all are the experts in your programs, and so that's what we're trying to create here, is just everybody sharing and talking about how you're approaching each of these elements.
Yeah, so we'll dive right into element number one, thinking about the real kind of bedrock of the program and the TRP is understanding your community, identifying those potential brownfield sites, compiling that into your inventory, your survey. And we'll hear a little bit later about the Brownfields Inventory Tool, which is a great way to actually gather that information, work with your community, and have that as a program management tool. So thinking about that, how do you gather that information? What do you know? What don't you know? How might you bring that information together from the local community, who are really the experts, thinking about how to structure that, how to manage that, And also thinking about the important things like data sovereignty, and intellectual property and what to keep, what to share. This is a really, really important aspect. And so and also it is dynamic, right? You may have an initial inventory that you're working with, but that may change, right? You learn about new sites, you get requests, how to prioritize those given sites as well. And so we're really interested in how people are doing that, whether you just have a spreadsheet or you're using bid, or maybe you have a sophisticated GIS system. There are a lot of different ways to approach this. And so we want to talk a little bit about that inventory itself, and what you guys are doing, challenges you're having, best practices, disconnects, anything like that. And so, and thinking about that, how do you get that information? How do you kind of close that loop? There are a lot of different ways, and we hear from tribal professionals all the time about different ways to do that. And maybe they've reached a certain plateau and they were on a really, really, kind of get to that next level with their inventory. And so there's some really cool and interesting and creative ways to do that, utilizing technology. So I don't know if we want to open that up.
Yeah, let's open it up. As you can see on the screen, we have some of these, creative approaches that could be taken related to inventory. But we want to hear from you all. So I mean, however you want to talk about this, either what are you doing? What would you like to do? Or if you want to talk about these creative approaches and like, oh, I've never thought of that. That's cool. That would be a cool thing to do. So we want you all to guide this conversation. And we're just it's just a few minutes because we've got to run through everything, but please just someone start talking. That goes for you folks online too. We'll call on people if we need to.
This is Paige. I'll start. I'll open my mouth here.
I can always count on you, Paige.
I know it, right? So I don't do anything special. So I rely on getting inventory into I use BIT, I use an Excel sheet, and I also have so I have hard copies of my inventory. I have electronic copies of that, and I use BIT. So I'm like backed up 3 times. I just don't want to lose my information. It's so important. But for gathering inventory, I rely a lot on the community reporting, but I do go out with other programs here in the office, such as water or air. And, we're driving to a site and then I see a brownfields and I'm able to, or a potential brownfields, I'm able to add it to my inventory. So I do a lot of driving around, looking at things, and relying on the community. Yeah. So I have my inventory in an Excel sheet. I also have it on, like I said, on BIT, and then hard copies. I have profile forms for each of my properties. In the file folder, I put the profile form. It lists the parcel number, who owns it, the address, lat and longitude, historical information about the site, and what it's currently used for. Then I have I get the from the county assessor's report. I put that in there. I take pictures of the sites. I put that in my files. And any documents that I do with that site, it goes right into my file folder and a file online and in BIT. So
Paige?
yeah.
Yeah, that's such a good example of kind of using multiple, I think, tools to kind of back that up and have that kind of continuity. So yeah, thanks for sharing that. Nice.
We haven't done this, but I like the idea, the storytelling maps for inventory. Cause I think anytime, and we're realizing this, not just in, our TRP program, but in all of our programs. Anytime you can incorporate that digital, yes, the digital aspect to your outreach. It's helpful and, it modernizes your program because, well, I mean, nobody likes looking at pamphlets and stuff anymore. So we haven't done this, but I like the idea and I'm interested in whether or not anybody else has done any type of storytelling maps with the inventory. I know it seems like it fits in other elements, when you get to like cleanup and all of that, but inventory would be really interesting.
Yeah, you're right. I think it would be. Is anyone currently doing that with inventory? I know some of the state programs have made story maps of the public record, right? Is that right? Or is it the inventory? Anyway, but either way, some of the state programs, some of the state response programs have done this, we've seen. That is something that Tribal Tab can help you all with. And we, we have, not necessarily us, but we have people on our team that are very well versed in GIS and our GIS story maps. There's other ways to do that besides GIS. You can use Google tools to do that too. And we are in the process of bringing in Tribal GIS as a partner with both Tribal Tab and the K-State Regional Tab programs. So we will be able to offer a pretty tremendous amount of GIS support for all of you moving forward. So we would, and one of the aspects that Tribal Tab is supposed to be working on that we love doing is related to storytelling. And so this just really fits really nicely into that. So, we'd love to help you with that. And then we can, whatever you're comfortable with, we can share that lessons learned, approaches, outcomes, with other Tribal Brownfields folks.
Yes, sir.
As a project with EPA project manager, project officer, it's great to be asked to come out and see these projects as they're starting up and you have questions, your boots on the ground, being able to take things back if you can't answer them to higher levels, make sure everything's gonna be going good on these. So, that helps me a lot to be able to see as these things are developing and growing. We're doing everything on paper and everything. But
Yeah.
it's really helpful to be able to see what's going on. You
I-
just get the feeling when you're talking to your folks on the phone or anything, hey, I've been on that site. I remember where that stream went through. I know where it is close to this. It just helps.
I agree with you on that. And that's the same for your tab providers. We've worked with Paige for a million years and finally just a couple months ago, we're able to go out there and it was for an event that she put together and part of that was a tour. And so to finally see these sites that we've been talking with Paige about for years, we recognize them all from seeing aerial photos and stuff, but to see them on the ground is completely changed and opens up the ways, ideas and things in the ways that, tab providers and EPA can continue to support you in, whatever direction you're trying to go. So whenever you're willing to invite us out, we're happy to come out. I think we should move on to the next one. I'm not really paying attention to time. Those of you that know me feel time a little differently. So we're gonna kind of run through this because we don't have a lot of time. I don't want to get us too far behind.
Yeah, I just wanted to say on the inventory and survey, I think maybe with Tribal GIS, this would be a great topic.
Yeah.
To do another workshop or webinar specifically to how do we craft that, what are some examples and effective ways to do that, because it really does integrate with all the different aspects of the TRP and beyond. So the next element is oversight and enforcement. And this is a really important one for thinking about, kind of tracking and accountability and really exercising that tribal self-determination and sovereignty. It's a great example of doing that, and then working with different departments within the tribe to be able to put all that together. And so thinking about, we had a recent Tribal Brownfields Knowledge Circle discussion about what kind of agreements, given all the dynamics and all the things happening now, what kind of agreements, what kind of contracts, what kind of mechanisms do you need to have in place internally and externally, and how to effectively do that. And so this is just another great opportunity to do that, to reinforce that, and to ensure that those sites in the program are moving forward and you have those authorities in place. Anyone want to mention anything about what they're doing in terms of oversight or enforcement? I know it can be a sensitive area.
Or questions about it? Are you stuck on something? It doesn't have to just be, how are you doing this, but also what are you looking for some guidance on?
Yes, Jennifer.
I think I see a lot of folks doing compliance assistance at underground storage tank facilities under the banner of oversight and enforcement authorities. The tribes may not have direct tribal authority to implement the underground storage tank or above ground storage tank program, but this is an opportunity for tribal programs to evolve some of their sovereignty in establishing how, like, there are some gaps between above ground and underground storage tank operations, and requiring them to operate in a way that, the tribal programs can say in Indian country, you're gonna operate this way. Just because you're in above ground storage tank doesn't mean you don't have to monitor your distribution lines. And this is an opportunity for the tribal response program to advise and they have to walk the line here, because their job is not to implement or be the responsible party at the stations, but to be the one that's advising the tribe to make sure that they stay in compliance, and hopefully keep folks prepared for inspections when inspections occur. So I've seen this element used in that regard.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Great point. Yes, Carmen.
Yeah, on that note, then that's what I do in my program. We don't have a UST program, but in the Brown program, that's one of my tasks, are USTs, and then also, ASTs. In fact, I've been helping our local gas station. They just took over the gas station, and they had no idea about anything dealing with USTs until I brought them together with people I know, like Jeffrey out of Source, Ben Thomas out of UST, and especially the Onaganates, where I got a lot of my UST training. So when they took over that new store and I brought these guys all together, the store didn't realize what they were getting into. I told them, it's more than just that store. I told them, it's them things you got in the ground and them things that the gas comes out of. I told them.
Right.
So when we had that meeting, they were overwhelmed. But when I put them in touch with everybody I knew, we started working together. And now the store just got completed a couple weeks ago. We finally got everything in place. New ATG, new tanks, new dispensers. Everything's on board now, so, and I also took. First, I took the guy overseeing the project with me to the UST boot camp in Dallas, then a year later, I took the manager and the assistant manager, the next year, I took them to that training. So they get an idea of what's involved. And now, and so I'm advising them and the council on what's going on there, and it's, now that, you know, they're asking me for help again, because another store that they own has ASTs. And so now they're, you know, that's a different set of regulations, that's not EPA. So I told them that, and so now they're still debating on whether they wanna go with underground tanks. Because of space, you know, because, but I also told them realize that, hey, you're right next to a creek. You gotta make sure everything's tight. So, so that helps, you know, on, you know, not having a UST program, but being covered under the Brownsfield. That helped us, you know, with this new takeover of the gas station, so. That was a big help to them. And I was always over there doing the monthly walkthrough inspections anyway. You know, and then I keep them advised of all the regulations, what's coming up, what's new, this, that. And so we're going back and forth now, whereas before I didn't have that same communication with previous owners, you know, they anticipated hard. So when these guys took over, I was glad, and they're easier to work with. I said, it's all about compliance. And I told him, like, it's like I tell you, you don't make money on the gas, you make money on what's in that store. But you still gotta keep everything in regulation. So now we're on the right foot and looking good so far.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kermit. Congratulations. And thanks, Jennifer, because I think it's a really important point. Folks hear oversight, enforcement, compliance, and oftentimes they get scared. But really, it's an opportunity for outreach and education, which segues nicely to element 3. And you can be an ambassador for the program, help educate folks, inform leadership about the real power of the program itself, and utilizing those kind of working groups and groups within the tribe to really advance that. And so this kind of takes us to 3, which is public participation. How do we engage the community? Really recognize the power of that collective. And so there's a lot of different ways to do that. It's an important thing. And it really helps support the buy-in and the long-term success of your program. So there's a lot of different ways to do that. And again, this is another really direct way to integrate culture, language, and really the value system of the tribe itself. And I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but anybody want to mention really briefly what they're doing in terms of community involvement or engagement?
We're not behind schedule yet.
Okay, yeah, so and I know we're doing some really interesting, exciting, innovative things with Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation in Kansas with public participation. I don't know, Ash or Emma, anything you wanted to say about those plans or the good work you're doing?
Yeah, I can speak on that. So we're just, we had a couple presentations we're giving, and we invited all the community members and just really bringing everyone together, kind of informal to discuss the revitalization and what people envision for one of our future brownfield sites. And part of that is, it's not like formal voting, but we break into groups and we do, people as a group are gonna have an idea and they can draw on the maps of the site and kind of, we also printed out like soil maps, hydrology and things like that, so they can very broadly look at feasibility and just kind of throw out ideas of what we want. And the biggest part of that, it brings the community together and just gets everyone thinking about it.
I'll just follow up on what Emma said too, that this particular site was, it was a former racetrack. It was a dirt racetrack in the kind of the middle of the reservation. And it started operation in the 90s, early 90s, I believe, and it was a really controversial site. It like a lot of tribal members at that time and through the early 2000s had strong opinions about the site. They didn't like it. It was loud, dusty. It was in the middle of a reservation, and it was near tribal allotment lands, stamping lands that cultural site. There were a lot of ceremonies that were held on those lands. So it was it was operated by non-tribal members, and you know there was just a lot of controversy surrounding the site, but it exchanged hands and ownership throughout the decades, and it was finally purchased by the nation in like 2016, I believe, or 2017. And since then, it stopped operation. There are no more races. And the site's just sat vacant since then. So the tribe didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know how to redevelop the site. And so then that's when our program came in, and we wanted to do a community visioning exercise and engage the community in planning and redevelopment for once, because we've never do that. I don't know if your tribe does that, but our leadership and I don't mean that negatively against the leadership. I mean that they're doing their jobs, but we've never had community involvement in redevelopment or revitalization. And we thought that this was the perfect site to involve the community in that type of redevelopment decision making. And because it was such there were so many opinions about the site. So we're really excited about it. And we've had a lot of excitement generated too, since we put out our initial save the date. We've had a lot of people talking about it, so we're expecting a turnout. I wouldn't say a large turnout, but we're expecting people that have very strong opinions to show up. So we're excited. We definitely appreciate TAB's assistance on this project too, and then because they're the ones that brought in the design students, the South Dakota State University landscape architecture students in class, and it should be a really good experience for our community.
Yeah, so all very excited. The way that you all have structured that to be able to reach out to different sectors and different aspects of the community and really try to get everyone involved and share all those voices and ideas. So,
Yeah. It's exciting. And I think, one thing that we talk about a lot is how do I we feel like the Brownfields program, the TRP program, right? Like being able to become a tremendous asset to your community, right? Like how do you, for lack of a better term, like position yourself and your program so that the community knows whether that's the public, the other departments within your organization, that they know to come to you with kind of whatever. Like you should be at the table. This is my position. You should be at the table for all of these discussions. So like Kermit, what you were talking about, just in the last element, like by doing what you've done, you've kind of positioned yourself as like, oh, this guy is a resource. He knows what he's talking about. We go to him. The public participation mechanisms, I think that's another really great way to start to let the community know, who you are, what you're about. You're here to work with them, help them, and really become a public asset for your whole community. Not just you're here in your office and you're doing assessments and you're running out and doing expense, I mean, you still have to do obviously everything that you have to do, but how do you think bigger and more creatively so that you are part of the discussions whenever there's you know, kind of work happening within your community?
Any other thoughts on community engagement, like that before we move on?
Yes, Stewart.
I'm curious how many TRPs have a community engagement plan, official issued plan to help them through this process? They can
Yes, and if
plan to
not, we
lay
should
it
talk
out, how
about
you
this.
accomplish it.
Chris?
Yeah, actually, my tribe does actually. I actually had built it up a little bit between what was actually previous there, which wasn't too awful much. I built upon it with what I know, or I knew going in, that we had to be able to participate with the community, especially with what we're doing, because we're working so primarily right now with housing authorities or not so much the industrial, because it is so under-realized for the past, decade or two. We've with the help of my director, we've implemented PSAs with our local radio stations. Getting it out there, even if it's only like one printing out of every, still something, and try to participate regularly in all of the actual segment community board meetings, whether it's the actual community meeting with. It's all part of our community involvement plan to try to get the community to be projects and getting them in their milestones, project kickoff, having it be a final or closing for that matter. But we had to develop that over like the first 6 months that I was working for my tribe and moved back home. But having that actually helps, because that helps give our contractor a guideline to follow because of their participation that we require.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll move on to the next element, which is really about cleanup, planning, approval, verification, and how that takes place, really how important that is. Especially thinking about on the heels of what Jennifer and Joanne said, thinking about funding and opportunities. How do you get to cleanup? How do you do the remediation that is so important, but sometimes can really be complicated and take a lot of time. Having the right people in place to be able to do that and ensure that it is complete and it is verified and valid and meets the standards of the tribal nation, which is so important. But yeah, I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on how they're doing cleanup, or and I know that we've had some success in also thinking about that interface, as Chris was telling us earlier about between environment and housing and some of those key aspects. The need is so great, but how do you do it in a phased way, be strategic and accomplish what you can given the timing and the funding and the planning and the partners to build that momentum? Thoughts on cleanup before we move on? Anybody planning on doing anything with cleanup? Have anything kind of in the works they want to share?
Need more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the truth.
We've
It is the truth.
we've run into a problem with our cleanups. We put in for the grant, we got it for 4 cleanups, right? So we go through everything you're supposed to, right? And so we put these out for bid. Well, lo and behold, all the bids come way over for each site. So we in turn have to, okay, now we're gonna have to prioritize these 4 sites. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we'll figure out that, okay, this one's the 4th one. Go away, we can't do that, we don't have enough money. Still with the other three though, the bids all coming over, going over, you know. We met with our, President Donald, engineer, we met with him in Chicago. Hey, what do we do? I know he said he was gonna look for more money, you know, I don't know if there's anything. We're finding ourselves, we're gonna have, I don't know if we're gonna have to talk with the state. But there's always that issue of sovereignty with the state. That's always a roadblock. You don't want them telling you what you have to do. That problem in right now. We need more funding to. And I imagine, you know, all this happened because of this new administration. Everything's getting cut, tests, you can't, like that happened with the USTs, right? We were gonna originally get our tanks out of Canada. Well, we had to put a stop to that. Cost more, so we got our tanks out of True North, out of Fargo. So I think that's what's happening now with these other projects, these contractors. I'm trying to get more money. That's out there. That's become a problem for us. Now we're gonna have to scramble to find more money to get these sites cleaned up.
And you're not alone in this. I mean, we can talk about this definitely more tomorrow. And in the Tribal Brownfields Knowledge Circle, but this is something that I don't want to say everyone, but you know, a lot of people are having. So I think, you know, kind of all of us coming together and putting our heads together, or just, you know, sharing, oh, here's what I'm experiencing, here's what I did, you know, here's how I'm handling this, here's what I'm gonna try, you know, all of it, because you are absolutely not alone.
It was good that knowledge shift we had in Minneapolis, it was good that it was brought up, stuff like that needs to be.
Yeah.
Not that, we're not the only one.
Right, right.
Yeah, and we'll talk more tomorrow. And you all did a fantastic presentation about how to navigate the complexity there. So,
Last one, as fast as we can.
yeah, and so the last one, while it's not the official element, but it's definitely a requirement, it was the public record. What kind of activities taking place? How you share that? Thinking about risk, thinking about if you have residual contamination, things like that, land use controls, institutional controls, things like that, being able to be transparent and share that information with the community, and all of the partners. Important aspect. And there's a lot of ways to do that. All of it comes back to storytelling, and we'll definitely do more in that respect. But, you know, kind of getting the word out, being able to manage that and share that. And we've heard some really cool stories about how people would want that.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of, especially now with the innovations in technology and kind of this, you know, digital way to tell those stories. And a lot of folks are visual learners, and that really appeals more than just kind of the dry, two-dimensional text, but incorporate ways that really matter, thinking about art, thinking about culture, and doing that. Anyone want to talk briefly about what they do with their public record, or any questions that they have?
I'm in control of public records. I'm brand new and I don't know what's going on yet.
Well,
Right.
we'll have to chat.
Yes.
Are you Megan?
Yes,
It's great to meet you. We're glad you're here.
awesome. And I do have some questions for you on that later when we have time.
Okay. Always. We're here for you.
Awesome.
Yeah, I know we're concluding the session, but anything on public record anyone wants to mention before we move on? Thanks. Oh, Jennifer, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that everybody is clear that the public record is different from inventory and from public participation. It is a statutory requirement that's actually defined in the statutes. Minimum requirements, people wanna add stuff to it, define extra things, they can. But the public record is a statutory requirement that allows you to be funded every year. And if you need to do your public record annually in order to qualify for funding. It's different from inventory and your public participation. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you.
Glad you said that, because in the past, from the past public records that I've been looking at, there's a lot of extra stuff in there, like emails. Lots of emails, but I just personally feel like those little things don't need to go in there, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and
The
it's just was
statute
really
is-
overwhelming, so I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you said that, that made me feel.
The statute just requires a response action, which of course the statute helpfully doesn't define. So a response action could be just a cleanup. So you wouldn't necessarily need to list every assessment that you did. You certainly don't need to include every inventory or survey or inspection that you do.
Yeah, see, there's so much of that
And
yeah, it's overwhelming.
And the problem is that a lot of people don't like to provide a public record that's an empty set. Because if you don't have a cleanup, your public record is an empty set. I didn't do a cleanup, I don't have a cleanup plan, my public record that I'm publishing annually is empty. It's okay to publish an empty set every year. Because that's what you're doing to get that's your statutory requirement for funding. Other things that you're doing to communicate to your people about stuff that you're doing is different from your public record, checking the box on your public record. Doing extra stuff about communicating to your program, A-okay. Public record, checking the box, just meet the statutory requirement.
Cleanup is the only response action.
If you want to define it that way, like I said, we don't define what a response action is, but if you read it carefully, it says response action that after, whether or not after which you can use the property or there are any restrictions for use after the response action. So, is the response action the assessment after which you've determined that more cleanup is needed? Or is the response action the cleanup after which you've decided that there's an engineering control or an institutional control? That's the other thing that goes into a public record. Institutional controls and engineering controls. Anything that has a control on it stays in your public record forever. But it's the things that you did this year and things that you've planned for next year that are response actions, undefined, allowing you to define it however you want. But it doesn't say names of people, it says addresses, locations of those places. So, but yeah, checking the statute, reading the guidelines of what is the minimum requirement for the public record, and then separating that from your public communication is important, because one thing is checking the box to get you qualified for funding. And the other is communicating about your program.
Which is wonderful, but it don't count for checking the box. Right?
Well, I mean, if you wanna communicate everything about your program and call that your public record, as long as it meets at least the minimum, you can do that, but what's the point of, like the inventory? You don't wanna tell everybody your inventory, those aren't even for sure dirty places. But there's this need to not have an empty set. I don't wanna have my public record be empty, because it looks like I'm not doing it. But is that what a response action is? So like I said, the response action is not defined, you get to define it. But after the response action, you have to say whether or not the property can be used without any restriction. So yeah, check your terms and conditions, because it spells out what the public record says. And don't misconstrue it with public participation, it's different.
Excellent,
Awesome.
thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, thanks everyone for sharing your ideas, thoughts.
Okay, before we take a break, let's talk. We're a little bit behind, but that's all right. We'll get caught up somewhere today. We're doing something different that we've not done before. You see the agenda, we have these work sessions on there. So how this is gonna work, you are all gonna be divided up into a group. Our virtual friends are gonna be their own group. And you will be assigned to a room. And for every one of these breakout sessions, you will go back to your assigned room. Our partners, Stantec, Adapta, and Akana, and our facilitators are gonna rotate through the rooms. So you will all attend every single topic that's a work session. You'll just be doing it at different times. So part of you are gonna be, you'll start with the QAPPs, part of you are gonna start with SOPs, part of you are gonna start with procurement. Then later today, when we do work session number 2, you'll rotate, but you will, and then tomorrow you'll rotate again. You will always go back to your same room. We will just bring new people to you. Online people, can you see that okay?
Thumbs up,
Give it a
everybody
thumbs up
can
if it's
see our
good.
presentation,
Okay.
we're still sharing.
Great,
Awesome.
thank you, Dana. Yay. Okay.
There's a lot of thumbs.
That
That
is
is a lot of thumbs.
It's like this is, I was like, such way to
Like super exciting. I love it. Well, so welcome to the session about procurement. My name is Michelle Sponheimer and I'm the planning director at Adapta. And Adapta is one of the ASU TAB partners. And so we're real excited to be here today representing things. I currently live in Vermont, but I spent about 25 years in Iowa, so I'm a Region 7. For so much of my time, and I was in local government, so administering brownfield programs, everything else. Marshalltown, Iowa. So that's me and my contact information. So today, like I said, we're going to talk about procurement, and definitely I want to keep it conversational. If there are questions that come up as we're going through these slides, just shout out, we're a small group. I don't have all the answers. I will be the first one to say that. I pulled a lot of information that I could to try to give you what we've experienced, what I experienced when I was on the side of, actually trying to solicit contractors, now working on the side that we're responding, kind of giving you some of that feedback. So we're gonna just talk about what is procurement, why it matters for brownfields redevelopment, procurement and tribal sovereignty, kind of the life cycle of procurement in the brownfields project, some common questions and pitfalls, probably the thing that most people want to know about. And then we'll have a little activity that we're also gonna kind of go through just to give you some information about, how to kind of implement all this moving forward. Next slide, Mark. And so what is procurement? So in the very simple form of procurement, is the process of obtaining goods and services or work from an outside source. So whether it's somebody to construct something, somebody to provide you a good, or to do services like planning services or inspections, assessments, things like that. So it involves a process of planning, involves solicitation, it involves evaluation and contracting. And so that's all part of that overall procurement process. And it's important that there's a lot of different things to follow, whether it be tribal law or federal regulations, maybe depending on what funding sources you have, there may be other things at play beyond those. The big one in procurement on the federal side of funding is under the Code of Federal Regulations, which is what that CFR stands for. So 2 CFR 200 is kind of the go-to section for procurement information. So there's going to be a lot of good resource and information there, and that's going to be a lot of kind of what we're talking about and pulling from. Next slide, Kate. So why does this matter for brownfields redevelopment? Why procurement matters? Next slide. One of the biggest things that we think about when we think about procurement and the importance of it is fair competition. And it's really important when we're thinking about procurement that you're offering a level playing field. You're going to have contractors that are coming to you that are interested in your project from a variety of ways. Some maybe you've worked with for a long time and many projects, some maybe are new to you. And so you want to make sure that whenever you're going out for procurement and engaging in that process, that you're contributing, making a level playing field, because that clear procurement process ensures that all of the contractors, vendors, whether they're tribal, native owned, non-native owned alike, have a fair shot. You want to be able to do that so that you get the best results, right? As well. And you want to be able to, another thing that fair competition is, it avoids favoritism and the possibility of disputes. So that transparent rules that we have, will prevent challenges, mistrust from community members, contractors, from their funders. We live in a world today where transparency is very important, right? It's part of everything we do and hear about on the federal level, or state levels, or local levels, about transparency and the importance of that with community members and everybody. And so if we are really clear about our procurement process, then there's going to be less possibility. You won't eliminate it completely, but maybe less possibility of somebody questioning as to thinking that something was handled inappropriately, or somebody was given, an advantage somehow in a process. And so being very transparent, we're going to talk a little bit more about transparency, but also encourages quality. Fair competition encourages, vendors to put forward, their best foot. They're going to really try to sharpen their pencils when it comes to what are costs involved. They're going to try to make sure that they're providing the team members that are best suited for your project, have the best experience, for what you're looking for, develop the best approach to, get your project moving and off the ground. And so it puts that challenge there. They know they're competing for your work and to be a part of your team. And so it encourages them to just kind of step up that game a little bit when they know that they're in a competitive process. And so that's one of the other things that the competition also brings. Next slide. Like I said, we're going to talk, transparency. Transparency is such a big thing when we're talking about federal funding, especially, and protecting trust. That transparent process, it reinforces accountability to the community, to your tribal leadership, and to your funders. Again, we've talked about just even that little conversation, right? Which are, talking about what are the statutory requirements, what are the things that you must do, but then there's a whole lot of other stuff that matters when you're talking about engaging with the community and providing, details and information. We want to be able to make sure we're sharing those processes and how we're getting from step A to, step Z. The open records for decision making. Many of our documents, when you're working under federal funding, are open to the public, right? I mean, it's whether it's out there that you're putting it, that you want to have everybody see it because you're trying to promote things, or whether it's through a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act request, where they need to see how exactly you did something. Those records and your decision making, having written documentations of your RFPs, your evaluation criteria, your scoring sheets, how you make those decisions, documenting that whole process is really important to protecting yourself as not only an individual who's maybe involved in that process, but your organization, your tribe, your funder, all those different levels. You're wanting to make sure that you're protecting everybody through that process. It helps prepare you for audits, when those come, which they always do. It helps to, provide you the resources that you need in case you end up in a dispute, on a situation as something, you know, an accusation like, oh, this didn't go as it was planned. If you're well documented, then, you are gonna be able to handle those responses, in a lot more, effective manner. It also allows for cultural alignment. And transparency helps demonstrate that the redevelopment is being done with integrity, that aligns with the tribal values. It gives you the opportunity to put what is most important to your community into those documents and into part of that process. So the contractors that are coming to you, know what they need to be thinking about and working with, and if there's integral parts that, are important to your tribe in terms of understanding or having a contractor understand, especially when some maybe haven't worked with you before. These are key things that you can put into your procurement process, to inform. That's transparency. Questions? I feel like I'm just like talking fast, and so if I talk fast and I need to slow down, just like. Go ahead, next
How are the online folks doing?
Yeah.
I don't
Online
see any
people are
chats,
good.
but. So can everyone hear okay? And
Okay, we're working through this.
everything is great?
Everything is very, okay, cool. Next slide. So maximizing resources. We already had this little bit of this conversation this morning, which, you know, I appreciated, and I think we're all feeling the crunch of what is happening with funding, and what to expect in the future. And right, there's a big question mark, I think, on everybody's plate as to we don't know. We don't fully know what is ahead, for us in the future years. We can kind of look back at some history and try to, do some estimating, but it's really, really important that we're in a time where we maximize our resources and we think about stretching those funding, sources, because they are limited. They're always limited. No matter how much funding you have, they're always going to be limited, right? A grant is only worth so much and a project's costs just always go up. And so there's, an importance in kind of creating that patchwork of funding between grants, your tribal dollars, maybe it's federal funding or, private or philanthropic funding. There's a whole slew of different things that come in. And sometimes they're not funding sources, but sometimes they're services, they're resources, they're, volunteer hours, labors, or things like that. So, we want to be able to maximize that. And so part of that procurement process can kind of outline those opportunities to leverage those resources, to stretch those dollars, really, in a way, kind of requiring partnerships, right? With the contractor, you can put in the documents that says, we really want our contractor to make sure that they engage with this group or that group, in an effort to fulfill the actions that you're looking for. Better services and better outcomes. You know, well-structured procurement brings in vendors who understand the environmental needs, the cultural and community needs. It's not always the lowest bidder. And I think sometimes we get into a state of, you always got to take the lowest bidder. And on some projects you do, right? You know, some projects it is about the lowest bidder. You're constructing a street and concrete is concrete. And, you know, sometimes that's what it is. And that's where you have to go. But in some of our brownfields work, it's not necessarily the lowest bidder. Cost is always a consideration. You know, it's very important to recognize that is a part of the evaluation process. But you're also looking at the qualifications. You're looking at, you know, their experience, the team. Do they understand what your needs are? As a community, are they going to be able to engage your residents in the way that you're looking for? I loved the comment about like, we've got a community involvement plan or engagement plan that helps direct our contractors. You know, those are the things that I want to look at as part of that evaluation. And again, we'll kind of get on that a little bit more.
Shall I have a question?
Yeah.
And if you're gonna get to it, fine. But back on this topic of the lowest bidder, I have in my personal experience working with contractors and, also just in this tab role of working with communities, working with contractors. Again, we're always drawn to the lowest cost. Is there, how would I word this? Guidance, recommendations, suggestions, for how people can kind of avoid getting into a situation where, okay, I took the lowest bidder, but now they're coming back with all these change orders, and now suddenly my project that was supposed to, not cost me a whole lot, is costing me a lot. I mean, that will happen with everyone. That's not just a low bidder thing.
Right.
But do you have anything to
Yeah.
comment on about that? Cause I think all of us have run into that at some.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, right, it does. It happens on projects where you do have overruns, and sometimes they're warranted, right? A scope does change, in the midst of a project. And so it's really important in your early steps in your procurement as well as your contracting to outline what is that process for those change orders. So that way there's a clear line of who does that have to go through? Who has to review it before, it's not this like, oh, you're gonna do work and then, good luck. I mean, it's like.
We misjudged as a contractor, we misjudged how long this is gonna take us.
Right.
And now it's gonna cost double because we misjudged our time.
Yeah, and or we tried to really lowball it to get, right, to get the contract.
Right.
And so, yeah, dealing with things like liquidated damages, in some cases, in some contracts. And again, this kind of depends on what your actual project is. We see that a lot of times with construction, times if you're not able to deliver by certain dates, you may have like things like liquidated damages that there's prolonged. So becomes basically a fine, right, a penalty, to discourage that kind of activity. Making sure that before any changes would occur, that's approved prior to that action happening. So there are definitely ways that you can protect yourself from those kind of things happening. And really, and we're gonna, as we talk through this a little bit more, like really making that clear scope will help also to limit, hopefully, those orders.
I was gonna mention kind of building on that, but when you get into who might be involved, right, building with that decision process.
Yeah, so like when you're doing a change order or something, or like
Large, who should be
involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's it varies, right? From organization to organization, maybe you have a procurement office, maybe it's just one person in an office who's in charge of everything. Maybe you have a legal counsel that reviews all your contracts. Maybe you have a committee of things, maybe your whole council, is actually reviewing, stuff before it goes out. So it does vary. We'll talk about it a little bit more, as we get going through.
Oh, sorry, was there a question? Okay, there was a question online
Yes.
from Jerry. And they asked, what is a good procedure to address that activity? That just happened to me, and that when we had a contractor meeting, they doubled the time it would take and the cost. So Jerry, can you unmute and just clarify what you mean by that activity? I think maybe moved on a little bit from ask that question.
Okay, so this was before the contracts were in place. Can you hear me first of all?
Yep.
Okay, so I had the bids and we were getting ready to put the contracts in place. And we had a contractor meeting to go over the scope of the work and make sure everybody was good with the QAPP and all those things. And then the engineer says, wait a minute, this is going to take way longer because of the way we have to deconstruct the tanks that are in this building. And so it doubled the price and the time frame of that. So before it's in the contractual phase, does it really, I guess, see, it still happened with the bid. So how can I cope with that at that stage, or can I not do anything about that?
Yeah, it's definitely, that's the time when those legal counsel people become really important. Because you want to look at what conditions you had potentially in your solicitation about like not accepting bid.
Mhm.
That's one place to kind of think about, you know, and something to think about when you are putting those bids out is that oftentimes you may include, you know, kind of a statement that gives you as the, you know, as the agency that's awarding the contract, the ability to reject bids, especially when you haven't actually signed contract or maybe been awarded yet. Now, right, there's some, that bid's where it becomes legal, because if you've awarded it, do they have a legal right to that? But if they're changing it significantly, which doubling time, doubling cost, you know, certainly I would think warrant like a conversation with legal counsel at that stage, especially since.
And it happened to be that our tribe was that contractor and that engineer. It was our tribe because part of the project was assigned to the tribal staff here. And it was them that actually doubled it and said it's going to take longer than we thought.
Yeah, I don't know that I have a great answer for that. I'll be honest. Anybody else have any thoughts?
Yeah, because then at that point, who is the legal
Who's
counsel
the-
representing?
representing,
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So,
And
I mean,
yeah.
Jerry,
Yeah.
you put all the greatest questions.
I always have tough things, you know, but it makes me feel better if you don't know the answer either. Because then I don't feel so dumb.
Right, it's one of those, yeah, that's a tough one to work through because you know, you may have to kind of go through an amendment even of sorts, you know, maybe to recognize like there's a change in the scope. You know, if that's one, that's what needs to happen. If that's the only way around that is that they're you know, legitimate can't get done in those timeframes. But then how does that impact your overall, right? You know, and thinking about what else are you maybe not able to achieve and accomplish because of some of those changes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good one. You'll have to let us know how it turns out. So,
Well, it sounds reasonable to me because I mean, based on what we discussed and what had to be done, it seemed legit. So, I mean, I'm just absorbing it, excuse me, with my next year's budget for whatever's left over. But somehow it worked out. It's going to work out, but I just got lucky.
Yeah, yeah. But it can definitely, you know, I think sounds like it worked out, you know, as you're saying in this instance, but that may not always be. So
Mhm.
yeah, then that becomes that question of when do you push back? How can you push back? And back to the legal counsel question of whose counsel is it at that point? But so
And stronger conversations maybe stronger conversations up front too of, okay, you know, you can't be changing this, right? Unless something comes up, right?
right.
So
Yeah, we will talk a little bit about that further about kind of how that.
and being, you know, as you know, things will always change. We know that, like situations come up, but being as clear and concise with here are the expectations, here's the project, here's the scenario, you know, laying that out as clearly as possible at the beginning with the knowledge that you have.
Now, Jerry, was this an issue where they did additional assessment and then determined that the initial approach was not going to be sufficient? Or did they just kind of say, oh, now that we have spent a little bit more time with it, you know, we just didn't spend enough time looking into it before and now we have to do it differently?
I think it was just during the discussions. So there's huge steel tanks in there that they're going to have to use. I don't know the knowledge of the tools, but basically cut them apart with some sort of torch. And they're like, this is going to take way longer than 2 days. And I mean, it makes sense. There's a lot of tanks in there and they're huge and it does make sense to me. But how I'm just asking myself, how can I prevent that in the future? Because obviously that's devastating. Because if I didn't have any budget for next year, I'd be out of luck. I would have had to say, well, we can't do the project. So
Yeah, yeah, it is a tough thing, and right, it happens. You know, you get into these types of projects. There's a lot of unknowns. You know, when we're first starting these things, and so it isn't until you sometimes get into it a little bit further that all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow, okay, that's not what was expected.
Right.
And it's gonna change what we're able to do. And then sometimes it unfortunately does mean that sometimes you can't do a project. You know, there are times it just becomes too much. And there aren't available other resources, or you can't defer things, or the timing just won't work. And sometimes a project, you know, unfortunately, maybe has to come to a stop. We hate to see that. You know, we always try to find different ways that we can pull together, but sometimes it happens. It's reality. Go ahead, let's go.
Thank you.
No, okay. Oh, yeah. Did you have anything else? Nope, right now. Okay. I'll go on to the next one. So this really kind of hits on, I think, you know, just as we were talking about this, building tribal capacity is another benefit of procurement, and the things that we learn, right? Just as you're talking about the things that you learn in a process going, and you go through a procurement process and you're like, oh, I really should tighten that up in my next time I put an RFP out. Or I want to make sure I am very clear about what a change order process looks like, or who's involved in that process. We're able to build capacity of the team members that are working on that within the organization. You're able to transfer some skills. Procurement can even include training, mentorship, joint ventures, you know, from the contractor. That can be part of what you're asking for to help to train the staff. Not that they're going to necessarily take over and replace a contractor, but it makes us that much more knowledgeable when we're talking to contractors and we're working on projects and through a process. We're able to grow our native-owned businesses, you know, giving preference through scoring and weight to native-owned firms can support long-term growth and of the tribal economies. And so that does have something that tribal nations have that opportunity to give that priority preference to firms, and so you can help grow. You may also see a situation where, you know, maybe you have a up and starting firm or somebody who wants to get into that, but maybe isn't quite fully on their own. It's a great opportunity to partner maybe with another firm and let them learn from a firm that's been doing things. So there's a lot of times contractors will sub with another party to help just provide that much more to the community that they're wanting to connect with. Different firms have different skill sets. We see that a lot, you know, in our work where, you know, you may have somebody that has a lot of the technical expertise doing the phase 1, the phase 2s, but maybe, you know, community engagement isn't necessarily their best thing. And so it's a great opportunity to find that local connection, especially for community engagement projects, and help grow them into being more of an independent firm that can support long-term growth in projects. Institutional strengthening, each procurement process helps us refine those policies, just as we were talking about, right? We start to learn about the different things, we get more experience in through a process and a system. We create stronger capacity for future projects. And so I don't care how great you are at writing an RFP or an RFQ, inevitably you'll find something that you're like, I wouldn't have said that, I should have done that differently. You will learn, you know, maybe it's just as simple as like, I forgot to put in a date on that thing, and now I have to do an amendment because whatever it is, you're gonna learn from it each time and you're gonna grow from it each time. So it definitely builds that capacity. Next slide. So procurement and tribal sovereignty, reinforcing self-determination. Tribes can design your procurement policies that reflect the unique priorities rather than just defaulting to outside templates. And so that is something that you can incorporate. And sessions like this, workshops like this are great opportunities to learn from our peers. You know, Jen was, or you were talking about that earlier, right? You're here to learn from each other. These are great ways to do that and see how are other tribes implementing that into their processes. By setting your own evaluation criteria, such as local hires, cultural sensitivity, you are able to determine who does that work and how that work is done. And so that's where you can really set some of the expectations, you know, right away for, this is how I want you to engage with our community. This is what we expect you to be aware of within our community in terms of our history or certain sensitivities and things like that. So there's opportunities for you to really outline who you are and what's important in that process. So the contractors that are going to be responding have the best chance of serving you in the way that you need. Next slide. Want to protect your tribal interests. Procurement choices they safeguard, just as I was talking about, right? They safeguard those cultural resources, maybe our natural resources. The example earlier about the raceway, right? And how does this impact around our communities in residential areas? What's important in kind of bringing that back to a priority space, community health. These are the things that you can emphasize within your project as why they're important and how it relates specifically to your project. Again, we go back to transparency. Transparent, well-structured procurement helps prevent the exploitation or contracts that don't serve those long-term goals. And so it's very important that we just kind of continue to think about that knowledge and that information that's being portrayed. Balancing the federal requirements and the tribal law, brownfields funding does require compliance, as I said, with multiple different regulations, the 2 CFR 200, and these are all links when you go into the things. You can click on them and it should take you right to those sections. Part 1500 and Part 33, these are all parts of things that are related to procurement. EPA also has guidance documents on their website that talks about kind of some frequent issues or topics around procurement questions that kind of come up or situations. And so there's a link to that as well. Strong tribal procurement policies ensure that federal compliance while protecting the sovereignty. So that outside agencies and contractors know that they're respecting the tribal law, the traditions, and that decision process.
Can I say something?
Yes.
This is just a general comment because Michelle pointed out, the links in the slides. If you haven't already checked this out, these slides, all the slides, if they're not already on the event webpage where you registered, they will be there. Hers, Michelle's are there right now. So you will be able to click these links and you will have access to all of these resources after, this moment.
Yeah. I know mine are there. Because I looked at it this morning.
Yeah.
Sure. Next thing. So another thing that we're looking at is economic empowerment and nation building. As I say, right, this can be a way to build those businesses. Procurement can be a driver for economic development, prioritizing our native contractors and firms, creating opportunities for workforce development, especially those contracts that are involving labor, encouraging local labor, utilizing that, thinking about, the plug for job training, which that note goes out right now, right? These are things that you can do to enhance and build your community wealth and economic development. Building that capacity to manage future projects independently. Again, learning from some other contractors are great opportunities to do that. By pulling that directly to firms that are local to the tribe, you also keep that wealth internal and continue to build it within the community rather than always sending profits outside. So that's always something, if we can do that. Next slide. And the life cycle of the procurement in the brownfields project. Biggest part is defining that scope, and we've already kind of started to touch on this, right? The defining that scope is so important because outlining as much as you can why that matters, right? You want to describe as much information as you can in that scope. There's a balance. If you're too vague with it, you get cost overruns, time, ballooning, things like that. You don't give enough structure. The contractor doesn't necessarily know exactly what it is you want. But if you're too rigid, you can also cut yourself out of some opportunities that may have been great things for your project. So it is a fine balance to do that. I think it's really important to probably err a little bit more on more information than not, because oftentimes if it's If it's minimal information, you're more likely to maybe be disappointed in the end and not get what it was you were hoping to get. We don't all use the same terminology all the time. So, you know, one person says, well, I want community engagement. This is what community engagement looks like to Kate, but this is what community engagement looks like to me. And we have very different things. They're both community engagement. But if we're not clear about what that expectation is, then inevitably somebody's going to be disappointed. And so it's very important to define that scope, to look at what it is that you're wanting to achieve with your project. Kind of on the brownfield side of it, they're often highly technical work that we're doing under our brownfields projects. And so it does require an expertise when it comes to being able to do phase ones, phase twos, your remediation, QAPPs, all that other stuff that you're learning about in another session. You know, those are very technical pieces, and you want to make sure that you're getting the right firm that can handle those things, that has experience doing that, and will fulfill those according to all the standards that they have to follow. Again, that tribal sovereignty connection, the tribe decides what's important to include beyond those federal minimums. You do have to include those federal minimums when we're working on the federal projects, of course, but what else is important to the community that you want to make sure is relayed in that scope of work? Next slide. So writing your RFP or RFQ, the RFP, request for proposals, RFQ, request for qualifications. Sometimes you see these kind of interchanged and intermixed. They have a lot of similarity to them. A lot of times what we'll see when we think about an RFP, request for proposal, your vendors are proposing an approach, specifically not just providing qualifications. When we're doing a request for qualifications, it's more that you're selecting based on that expertise, and not necessarily exactly the scope or the pricing. That's part of it, and it does come, but there is just a little bit of difference there. And so, you know, proposals are often, it's a little more defined in that sense, where it's like you can, you know, you're going to do 10 phase ones, right? You know, and it's a little bit more succinct, I think, than I want you to do some visioning and engagement and develop some planning efforts where you're pulling in a little bit more based on some of the qualifications and the team members and some of those things that you might see. So they can be a little tricky. And I will say, I don't necessarily think that if you do one over the other, you're necessarily wrong, right? So I think that's one of the big takeaways. A lot of people really get worked like, oh my gosh, it's an RFP or there. Oftentimes it's not necessarily, it's not gonna result in something like, oh, I get approval now. In my experience, speaking of don't recommend me, but I think that's the gist of it, is don't get hung up on it too badly. But one of the things to definitely make note of is single source. Single source is a non-competitive procurement process that applies when you're getting like an item or service that's only available from a single source. And so, such as a copyrighted item, patented item, something that is not available by others. Oftentimes, it's not unusual for a community to think, well, that firm has always worked with me, so they know my community, so they're the only ones I'm gonna go to. That doesn't justify single source. And so it's important to make sure that you're not giving, again, that unfair advantage to a firm, because being able to do a phase one is not something that's single source. And so we don't usually see single source use within most of the brownfields that I am familiar with. So when we're using RFPs, a lot of times it is like for the cleanup contractors, you know, you have asbestos, you've got, you know, so much, you've got the plans, you know what they're going to be doing. RFQs, again, kind of those professional services, consulting services, engineering, things of that nature. Key tribal choice, again, including in that evaluation criteria, native owned firm preference, local hiring, cultural training. These are things that you can include. Next slide.
I'll just jump in and note quickly, there are exceptions, particularly if you're in a rural area. There are not exceptions, you, I believe, are still typically required to post an RFP or RFQ, but if you only get one response, that's you know, it's not your fault. There's only a limited number of contractors doing work in your area. Yeah.
That's a really great point.
Yeah. Another thing to,
Okay. And just the way EPA looks at it is in order
it's single source, you have to prove that it is
Right.
the only source.
Yeah.
So you still have to go to our
Right.
anyway, but
Yeah.
so.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
easier to not do single source unless there's just no other option.
Yeah, we oftentimes, when I was in Iowa, we were really kind of a rural area, right, in a lot of ways, small town, you know, there may only be one bid that would come in. And that in and of itself doesn't make it single sourcing, right? It just means that you only have one response. The single source is really like, I'm not even gonna, I know this is it, I'm just gonna get a quote from this one firm, and then we're moving on. And so, yeah, it's definitely important to still go through that process, but it's okay that sometimes you don't get more than one. You just gotta make sure you documented, you went through all the processes to try to secure what you could. Perfect, next slide.
Oh, sorry, one more thing, just a quick, so just to clarify a little bit with the RFPs versus RFQs. RFPs, I will say in my experience, are typically like, if you are hiring a consultant to implement specifically like a brownfield grant. An RFQ, they tend to be used more frequently in my experience with people who have RLFs, revolving loan funds. Or they have like states and tribes, I think, my experience is mostly with states, but having a suite of contractors on call that they can then assign to or ask them to prepare proposals for specific tasks. So with an RFP, you're typically hiring one person. With an RFQ, oftentimes you are doing that to have a slate of contractors that you can pull on to do work simultaneously or on different parts of the project.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
And for those tribes that also have an MOA with these states, the RFQ already went through the state process and you're just doing the RFP for your bit of that process.
So the consultants are available if you're just paying the students.
Yeah. So the state's already done all the hard work of the RFQ.
Yeah, it gets complicated, right? And I think the big thing is if you have a question about it, go to TAG, go to EPA, your project officer, ask the questions, you know, if you have a question about it. Because it is confusing and every little project has its own unique things in the process that you're gonna go through, so, yeah.
But it is extremely helpful to have a whole procurement policy that's considered to be more trustworthy than ad hoc policies at making it up as you go. If you actually have written out policy, then you can that goes, oh, you have a good policy. So then it becomes a little easier to use.
So we had a comment asking if there's a mic that we could use, I think.
Oh, for audience.
Just, so we're having a little bit of a conversation here in the room, so we'll just try and be a little bit louder.
The microphones are in the ceiling.
Okay.
Well,
I'll yell at the ceiling.
Yell at the ceiling and I'll try to repeat, but yeah.
Well, when we were testing this out yesterday, that mic was less effective than the other mics in the room.
Oh, so we set the podium up in a good spot.
Well, I think it just came this way.
Yeah.
We're just having to work around it.
We'll try to repeat so that we hopefully can make sure we capture stuff if we're not loud and speak up if, yeah, we're missing something. All right, next slide. So evaluation and selection, this gets into that question, like who's involved, right? Who's involved in the evaluation process, that selection process, scoring your proposals based on preset criteria, you know, such as technical expertise, cost, past performance, cultural competency. It is really important in your RFP or to put in there what you're going to be evaluating. And how, put the scores in there. It doesn't need to be secret. Again, transparency, right? Contractors want to know like what's going to be the top ranking thing that's most important to you. Is it the expertise on similar projects? Is it who's on board? Is it, you know, what is it that's most important? And that's part of telling that is through that evaluation of scoring. Use your tools like a scoring matrix to document those decisions. If you're gonna use like a committee to review proposals, or even if you're just using one person, but a lot of times I recommend like it's good to have a committee that reviews proposals, whether that's the whole tribal, you know, council, whether it's a few staff members, whether it's just kind of key stakeholders, but set what that evaluation is gonna look like. Establish that scoring matrix so everybody is on the same page, that if they're ranking something from extremely
satisfied and like onto, you know, or experienced or not, you know, whatever those standards are gonna be, that you're kind of all on the same page with what does it mean when you give a 1 versus a 5, right? You know, or however you're going to kind of outline that criteria, doing that so that everybody's on the same page and then you have that documentation. I also think it's really important too, when you're doing like evaluation questions, especially if you're gonna get into like an interview kind of situation, you have those interview questions already established before you start bringing in firms. So every firm is asked the same questions. Again, there's a consistency. It's ensuring that there's not any unfair advantages, things like that. From a brownfield standpoint, we kind of talked about this lowest bidder kind of situation. Isn't always the most responsible bidder. Responsible bidder is a common term, right? When we talk about procurement, because you want to make sure that somebody is responsible, they're able to do that work. And it's responsible doesn't necessarily mean like, well, they didn't show up last time and I don't like them anymore. That doesn't quite meet the caveat of not responsive, right? It does take a serious level before somebody's not responsible. But understanding the experience, past performance, especially related to safety compliance, if you've had somebody that has had safety issue compliance issues in past projects, that might start to be something that you know, weighs into those decision making. Yes.
Just to throw it. Where's the nearest mic? Just to throw in there also that you need to look at your award, your EPA award. I don't know if any of the tribes had this problem, but some of the states did, where they, in their working plans, they would select the lowest bidder using those specific terms. How that's determined was not specified, but they had to pick the lowest bidder for a number of years during that grant cycle because that's what was in the grant. Like EPA didn't dictate that, the state put it in there. So after that grant cycle, when they went on to the next grant cycle, they changed that to the most comprehensive bid.
Yeah.
And it didn't necessarily have, like the RFQ dealt with all of the bidder part of it, but just make sure what you have in your work plan is going to allow you to do the thing you need to do.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So just to kind of just summarize that, right? You know, it's like, yeah, make sure you're thinking about that when you're writing your grants, when you're doing your work plan. You know, this is all before procurement, but what terminology are you using? Yeah, if you put in lowest bidder, you may confine yourself to using that. And
the lowest bidder is the best.
It's always the best one. Always the best one. So yeah, so make sure, again, kind of going back to tribal sovereignty again, evaluating that criteria that reflects your values. And it's not just cost base. And then finally down there is contractor eligibility. It is important to ensure that the contractor has not officially been suspended or debarred, and that's something that you can look up any contractors through the SAM. I think it's still called SAM, right, website where you can see if somebody has been debarred. And it's a pretty serious offense if they're getting to that level. But it's something that you need to check for all contractors. Next thing. So then when you get into contracting, you know, some of this is all part of that procurement process, right? You've gone through a lot of the things and now you're at that contracting stage. And some of the essential elements that you want to make sure is that you're clearly defining what those deliverables are, the timelines, your payment terms, compliance requirements, and reasons for termination. Unfortunately, not all contracts go smoothly, and sometimes you need to terminate them. Or the contractor may need to terminate. So it's a protection for both parties as what does that look like should that need to occur. Again, are there you know, things that come back if you terminate a contract early? Are there penalties, you know, associated with that? So outlining those terms. Again, this is a crucial time to involve your legal counsel in your contracting, making sure that your terms and conditions include all of the federal requirements that come along with federal funding, whether that's EPA, DOT, you know, any of the alphabet soup, right? Everybody has terms and conditions that need to be included, and you want to make sure you include those. For your tribal protections, including clauses that protect your tribal resources, confidentiality, dispute resolution, under tribal law, cultural heritage safeguards. So these are all things that you want to work on that. And you'll see, I know in my experience working with contracts, you know, we started with a contract and then inevitably you go through a contract, you're like, I should have put this in, and that contract now adds 3 more points for the next contract, right? And it is an evolving process. Again, you always want to circle that back through your legal counsel to make sure that it can be held up, should you get into dispute.
We have a question from the online group asking if there are any contracting templates for tribes that we have.
We don't currently, we do not currently Tribal Tap. I don't think Tribal Tap or the K-State regional tabs have tribal specific contracting templates. We have been putting kind of a call out to all of our Tribal Brownfields programs to, if they have these types of templates and resources that they're willing to share, to please send them to us. I can make it, I'm not sure. I don't know if this is something we should develop. Talking to my partner across the room. So the current answer is no, but
Maybe,
yeah.
if possible.
And I would say one of the only limitations on tab services is we are not allowed to provide legal counsel.
Right.
So anything that we developed would always come with a disclaimer of this is except, an example only, talk to your legal counsel. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, and I think probably our preference would not be to create something, but to be able to tap into something that another tribe has successfully been using.
Yeah.
That's gonna always be our preference. So if you find one, please share with us so we can share with everybody else.
Yeah.
And I do know of a tribe that does use a sovereignty clause in all of their contracts, and there have been contractors who refuse to sign it. So then they have to go through either a different bidding process or next bid. Might be worth thinking about ahead of time.
Yeah, cause like you said, some contractors may not be willing to sign that, and it could impact your process, so, perfect. Next slide. So oversight and compliance, why this matters, procurement doesn't end when the contract is signed. Oversight, we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, right, ensures that the contractor performs as promised, follows those rules that are outlined throughout the contracting term and what you had in your scope and then as part of the procurement. Some of the compliance types, things that we talk about specifically may come up with brownfields. Not all projects, but with some, you may have Davis-Bacon Act, which is related to prevailing wage, especially related to construction or cleanup type of projects. Build America, Buy America requirements do apply to certain federally funded materials are used. Environmental safety standards such as OSHA or EPA regulations, again, like ASTM standards when you're doing assessments, things like that. So make sure that you're including, again, your contract when you're under a federal grant is going to include a lot of these kind of things that need to be included when you're working with the EPA. And so you just want to make sure you've incorporated all of those pieces into your contracts. As for a tribal role oversight is the chance to monitor quality, enforce cultural protections, and build staff knowledge about working alongside the contractor. So again, going back to that capacity building and allowing us to learn as we're going and to make sure that we're facilitating those connections. I think the topics about the storage tanks, underground storage tank, right, is a good example of that. We're working alongside and making sure things happen. Next slide. Federal requirements and tribal procurement policies. And there's a federal, the 2 CFR 200, which addresses a lot of the procurement processes, transparent, competitive, well documented. Or tribal law integration, adopting some of those procurement codes that meet or exceed the federal requirements. Balancing federal rules, again, a minimum tribal sovereignty allows you to customize that process and reflect cultural, economic, and community priorities. So just an example, tribal procurement policy may require at least 20% of evaluation points go to native-owned firms, as long as that competition, again, is preserved. Again, we want to make sure that we're still providing for fair competition. Next slide. common questions and pitfalls, and I wanna make sure, what time are we in?
We have, what do we have?
We're like an hour in.
22 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. So some of the common pitfalls and things that we might think about, conflict of interest is a really important one. And what is so important about conflict of interest, in my opinion, is that you always need to think about real and apparent or perceived, right? Conflict of interest. And so there's the real conflict of interest, which is kind of the easy one. Oh, so-and-so owns that company or has share in that company or something, and they are bidding on it, and they're also on the deciding side of who gets it, right? That's the obvious one where we're like, oh, that doesn't work. But the apparent or the perceived ones can get a little trickier. Maybe there's not a direct financial connection between a contractor and somebody who's in that selection process, but maybe there are relationships. And this really, I think, becomes important. I saw it in the smaller communities. Tribal council is involved, and everybody who's on a council is made up of the people who get things done in communities, right? It's the lawyers, it's the real estates, it's the different leadership people, and they're involved in everything. They know everybody, and so there's often kind of that, well, but I've been their attorney on a project or worked with them, or I sold them their house. Is that a conflict? Or things like that. And so think about what is a potential or could be perceived as a conflict. And the biggest thing that you can make that I recommend is like be transparent about it, right? Disclose those relationships and let people know if, hey, I want to be part of this process, but I want you to know I have this relationship. And then you can have that conversation. And maybe it's enough of a conflict that everyone's like, no, you know what? You probably shouldn't be a part of this decision making. But sometimes, it's okay, but you want to disclose. So being aware of conflict of interest is really important. Again, we've talked about this, but the unfair competitive advantages, some of the easy ones, like, we talk about templates and things like that. There are certainly contractors out there who have seen a lot of RFPs, who have seen a lot of different things. And they're like, well, I have an example. If they're going to be bidding on a project or submitting a proposal, you certainly don't want to be accepting a template RFP from them because that gives them an unfair advantage. And so it's best to consult with another tribe, consult with another community, consult with TAB, your project officer, if you have questions on something as you're developing it, but be very cautious, right, in accepting some of those kind of examples that come directly from a contractor, because you don't want to have your whole program in jeopardy because of of something that you've used. So again, not using their template language or sample language. Don't impose unreasonable competition requirements that really narrow it down where only one firm could compete. Like, the only way you can bid on this is if you worked with us in the past 3 months, and you then know, like, oh, I know that this is the only firm that's going to be able to get that, right? That's an unfair advantage for a single firm. And so you want to be thoughtful about making sure that you're keeping that open. Because you may have new firms that you've never worked with, and they may bring something to the table that you've, really could use and they just haven't experienced yet. So you don't want to rule out that opportunity. And then also, don't just discouraging other contractors from submitting an offer by naming firms. Like, say, oh, well, we've worked with this firm. They are so great. And I love working with them. They know all of our projects, but hey, yeah, you should bid too. Right. Being just thoughtful about how you're having those conversations. And then maintaining open and transparent communication. A big item that comes up is questions. You issue your RFP and all the contractors get it. They're on the list, they get the emails, they get the, however it's coming to them. And there's going to be questions that arise. And you're going to get contractors that say, hey, I want to take you to lunch and talk about this RFP, or can I come and meet with you? Or I've got a couple of questions. It's really important to be consistent. And say, I'm glad you have questions. I'm glad you're interested. Put those questions in writing to me. Submit them by this certain date as outlined in the RFP. And we're going to answer all of them collectively and share it with everyone. You don't want to give them an advantage that lets them in on information about your project that others don't get the opportunity to know. That's a really key one in documenting that kind of information. DBE, disadvantaged business enterprise participation. This includes minority business enterprises and women business enterprises. So maybe Weebies, that's what you often hear. I don't know where this is going. I am putting it in here because it is still in there. But I mean, maybe you have some guidance to share, but I wanted to include it.
It is not a focus anymore
Yes.
at this time.
Yeah, not a focus. You know, we're seeing, we have, you know, in some cases, it's like you have existing grants that are out there that have the requirement of filing BB forms. Forms are maybe not even available on the website currently. You know, so there's definitely, we're in a transition period of how this will be resolved, but we wanted to include the information that's out there. And so that you are aware.
And just because it's not a requirement doesn't mean you can't still do it.
Absolutely. Yes, very, very true. So making sure that you're, and part of this just goes back to getting that word out for any contractor, right? Regardless of whether they might be DBE. You know, if you're utilizing Small Business Administration, Department of Transportation, state organizations that have on file firms, it's just a way to get more firms involved. And that's always a good thing, because again, it brings in more competition and more opportunity for everybody. And then keeping those proposals out for open for 30 days. And again, this is not specific to DE, right? This is good practice in general. You want your firms that are going to be responding to have optimal time to look at that and understand what it is they're replying to and give you a quality response. Next slide. Cost reasonableness, pricing is really important piece of it. Like I said, it is part of it. It's not necessarily that you have to make that your decider, but you do want to incorporate that. And EPA does recommend that includes at least 25% of that weighted criteria. And so when you're thinking about costs and how that plays into stuff, you want to keep that in mind and keep that as part of your consideration. Document your decision making. If you're not going with the lowest bidder, if that's the case, and you are selecting somebody that's got a higher cost, what was your rationale for doing that? Making sure that's documented, that you can fall back on that. That way it's like, well, it wasn't because I really liked this firm, you know, they're my best buds, and you know, whatever. It's like, what is your rationale for how you're coming across to whatever decision you're making? That holds true for any decision making, not just related cost, but you want to make sure you're documenting how you're coming to the decisions that you're doing. So using the rubrics, maintaining that history of those transactions. Most organizations usually have a record retention policy as how long you keep those records for. Typically, and Bobby, please correct me, but I'd say for sure the duration of the period of performance, oftentimes maybe 3 to 5 years afterwards. Sometimes it depends again on those policies.
And by afterwards, it's the end of the
correct. End of the grant period. Yeah. So after your closeout, when you're totally done, then the clock starts.
yeah, and it can be reopened again depending on what happens with that project. So
Yeah.
and it's just best to keep things around as long as you can manage.
As long as you can. That's exactly right. Next slide. Okay, so now we have a little bit of an activity, and for those online on the KSU event page, there are items. We have scenarios, 4 different scenarios, and yeah, I think it are we gonna get this?
Is Hannah gonna put a link?
Get the link.
Yeah.
It's got the link.
All right, Hannah's gonna save us and put the link in the chat for y'all. I was like, at this point,
Like, yeah, here. So, the idea behind these, we can just kind of talk through them, even we're a small group here and online, that way you can just kind of have general conversation. But it's something for you to just kind of think about and take back, and there's a couple, you know, different scenarios for different types of work that you might be soliciting. And then a there we go.
let's make sure we wait a minute to get started, just so that they have.
Everybody gets over. Yeah, and I'll just kind of just real general as we're talking. So there's 2 different documents that goes online that you'll want to pull up. One is the it's going to say scenario 1 is the kind of the headline on that. And you know, it has phase one environmental status assessment, so 4-page, 4 different scenarios. And then the other document is an example, RFP, just kind of highlights some of the key things to include. And gives you just kind of a few little bullet points on some different things. So these are just resources that you can kind of look as we're talking through the scenarios. How's our online teams? You guys found our things? Thumbs up.
Yeah.
There we go. Got a thumbs up starting. So what we're looking at in kind of this conversation of these is you know, so this first example, phase one environmental site assessment. You know, you have an assessment, you've got a 1.5 acre lot, previously used for industrial purposes. You want to determine the presence of contamination and any environmental liabilities before potential redevelopment into a public parking area. There's some key considerations, you know, protect sensitive areas around the community facilities, engaging local tribe members and the planning and site access, compliance with the phase one standards, tribal environmental codes, and then a potential scope, conducting the phase one, reviewing historical records, site history, providing a report. So curious, what are some of just kind of thinking in that's your project, your general project. What are some of the key requirements that you might want to include in your scope, in your proposal?
Yeah, and online people, feel free to
Jump in.
just unmute and start talking. There's only a few of us in the room here, so we're leaning heavily on you.
What do we got? Thoughts?
Cheating.
I know. We got a lot of. Let's see.
So we're looking for the key
Key
requirements.
requirements. What are
that
some
we would-
key things that we want them to do a phase one?
Yeah.
Right? What are maybe some key things just on that scope alone? We know we've got a technical element to this.
Community involvement plan.
Community involvement plan, that's about engaging tribal members.
Experience with.
You gotta make sure the tribal owns the property.
Make sure the tribal owns the property. So that's, big pieces that. Cause if they don't, right, and how are you gonna be addressing? But absolutely.
Yeah, preliminary, you need to check and see if the has if the site is eligible.
Yeah, is it eligible, right? Is it eligible to even have the assessment? Is there some key things that we're gonna be thinking about? The other online, have any? Experience, experience with. What?
Public involvement.
Public involvement, is that where we're going? Experience with.
Okay,
Baby once.
wrong again.
Yeah.
I was
I'm like, wait. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, experience, right? We want to make sure that they know what they're doing. We want to make sure that they've had that knowledge of understanding what the requirements are, the standards are. Costs probably going to be something that we're thinking about. Kind of this one, I would think.
What about either knowing what the tribal environmental codes are or getting access to the tribal environmental codes?
Yes. Yeah, familiarity with those codes. Have they worked with them before? Maybe not even specific to your tribe, but maybe others, that there's some understanding of some things. Bobby, yeah.
Well, with the phase one, you were required to comply with ASTM standards, because those are approved. And they are going into a great deal of detail about experience. It tells you how much experience someone has to have, what's all included, including in terms of historical research, where they have to check. So you don't really have to think about this one too heavily, right? Just the simple fact that, you know, they have to comply with the ESG standards that look up those standards.
Exactly. What about selection criteria? What might be some of the criteria that we would think about for selection? That we've maybe kind of already touched on a little bit. How long they've been in practice and doing phase one, that kind of activity,
Online and
references. Definitely. You know, do they actually follow the ASTM standards? Anything else, any other selection criteria?
I mean, to me, making sure that they even addressed, you know, we talked about the key requirements, are they addressing the key requirements? Yeah, as part of your selection criteria.
Line, we have another experience working with tribes, definitely since we're talking about engaging as well. You know, that's a good one, experience. Sometimes you might say we want to put in, maybe we want some examples of other projects, you know, some project profiles that can specifically give some examples of things that you've done with other tribes. You know, give us 3 similar type project profiles that we can look at, call those references on or evaluate.
Also, if don't think about just what you're doing with the phase one, what if this site might need a phase two? There are a lot of contractors out there that can only do phase one. They don't have the qualifications to do a phase two.
Right.
So keep in mind what you want to do, or if you have several problems, you know, phase one on, you're gonna bundle them all together.
Yeah. So, see, we've got an attachment in there. I'm sure that Jen's gonna grab that guy out of there. And then comment, I don't have, where Mike, I'd like to share the RFP, right, that they've developed. So great resource. Thank you for sharing.
Thanks for sharing that, Jake.
Any other special tribal community considerations that we might want to include on this type of project? Kind of covered some of it already. All right, we'll kind of move on to the second one. This one's example is Brownfields cleanup contractor. So we're talking about some mitigation. The 3-acre abandoned gas station site on tribal land with suspected petroleum contamination. Need to remove the contaminated soil, prepare the site for potential commercial redevelopment, maybe a small business incubator. Some of the key considerations: worker safety, environmental protections during cleanup, local hiring opportunities for tribal members, and compliance with the federal cleanup and disposal regulations. And then potential scope may include soil testing and contamination assessment, excavation and disposal of contaminated materials, site restoration, and reporting to tribal authorities. What are maybe some key requirements we might be looking at for this type of project? Similarities to some of our previous.
Well, like on a, when you do the phase one assessment on a gas station, you gotta consider if they're underground storage tanks or above ground. You gotta consider if the underground tank was leaking, you gotta test if it's a fluke.
Yeah, testing, so if there's underground tanks, testing
Yeah.
that plume, see if there's been leaking. Right, yeah, so we know, right, we know that in this case that we've got to remove contaminated soil, so we're assuming kind of at this point that some of that work's probably done to lead us up to the point of that we have a good sense. We might encounter other things when you get in there, so I think this is a good example where we talked about earlier about like what happens if your scope kind of changes as you get into things, thinking ahead about that a little bit. So that might be some of the elements that we're incorporating. Certainly we have here too about hiring. So there might be a component there about who is being hired for work, use of local workforce, training opportunities. Maybe there's some opportunity for training individuals and kind of like a job training type of situation, intern kind of situation, something like that. I was on a project recently where that was kind of incorporated into some of that scope where it was like, we're gonna have an intern program, right? You're gonna train people to how to test the soil and how to do different things. So there is, those kind of pieces can be incorporated into that proposal, you know, if you wanna make sure that they're including that workforce. How about selection criteria? What kind of things might we look at in making that selection? We're on scenario 2, by the way.
Experience, track record.
Experience, track record, definitely. Definitely would want to know what other projects have you done that you can give examples of. I'd be, you know, hesitant if somebody said, well, I've never done it and this is my first one. That's not necessarily, you know, impossible, but you know, what similar projects have you encountered, which maybe weren't exactly, but have some similarity to them when you have a new starting out.
Wanna also do a general background search, to see how many regulation violations they have. Cause there is such a thing as, contractors who come remove stuff and then just dump it on the side of the road.
Yeah.
And that just cause you own the original material until it is actually properly disposed. You are legally responsible for it, so you make sure it's going where it needs to go.
Yeah, really, really good point there, right? About comments Robbie about like making sure that they've had full compliance, don't have any violations, improper disposal, things like that, because you're ultimately that liable, responsible entity. And so that's a really, really good point. And I don't know, it's probably, you know, I suppose it probably depends on states as how some of that violation kind of stuff is tracked, who tracks that, where to look. Within local authority versus maybe up to state authority, or is there a federal source to one spot checking for anything like that? You know?
Generally, if I were checking, I just do a Google search for
Yeah.
the company. It's fresh what comes up in the top 3 searches.
Yeah.
But I think Envirofax is publicly available.
Yeah, yeah.
So any federal violations there, and then each state sort of has their own tracking mechanism. Most of them have some online presence with that sort of thing, but I can't tell you if all of them do.
Jake put some comments.
Jake's got here, contractor certifications, weight restrictions, EPA approved waste disposal sites. Yep. These are a few that I've had to consider for cleanup. Yeah.
Also, what's often missed is that samples have to be taken from material that you're disposed of, as well as the soil around, to determine where it goes for waste. Hazardous waste or the basic solid waste, but if it becomes a hazardous waste, it's not always the responsibility of the contractor to dispose of the samples they've taken.
Yeah.
So then you have another source material sitting around that you have to do something with. So make sure that's part of your contract that they need to deal with.
A lot of good points here. Any specific special tribal or community considerations on this one that we would want to? I'd say this one was owned. Yeah.
But somebody brought up earlier about the cultural heritage side of the language, rivers, or lands, or maybe there's certain animals or whatever, then, they're gonna make sure they don't damage them, or even like grass or plants, they're not gonna dig them up and mess that up. Or try it thinking, oh, it's just weeds or something, and it's like a den for whatever.
This is also not quiet.
Yeah.
So if it's your control or important site wastes,
Waste,
that
yeah.
be considered.
Right. I know we're running in on time here, so
Group is
I
done.
think other groups are starting to like.
Okay, you wanna walk us through the other?
Yeah, so we'll just
handouts
kind of
so people
just,
know what
and
they're
then you
looking
can
at?
kind of think about them and definitely. So the third one is reuse feasibility study. So this is more on the planning side, technical assistance. You've got a vacant former school building on a half-acre site in a trust opportunity, potentially suitable for cultural or educational use. Your project goal is to evaluate the potential reuse options and provide economic and environmental feasibility recommendations. Some key considerations are aligning reuse options with tribal cultural priorities, assessing community needs and engagement opportunities, and incorporate sustainability and long-term economic benefits. Some of your potential scope for the RFP, conducting a site assessment, zoning review, or development regulation review, land use, community engagement, stakeholder interviews, feasibility analysis, including cost estimates, environmental impacts, and reuse recommendations. So these are some of the things when you start talking about planning, right? We're not as technical like phase 1, phase 2 remediation. We're starting to get into more of that, concept of envisioning, engagement, and things like that. So it might develop a little bit different expertise that you're looking for. And the fourth scenario is a multi-phase redevelopment project, involves assessment, cleanup, and planning. An acre from our industrial corridor along tribal riverfront, partially contaminated and underutilized. Project goals include redevelopment of the corridor for mixed use purposes, recreational, commercial, cultural spaces while addressing contamination. Key considerations, a phased project approach with clear deliverables, protect culturally significant areas along the river. Integration of local workforce and tribal contractors, and compliance with federal brownfield rules, so tribal environmental regulations. And the potential scopes that we might be including, phase 1 and 2, environmental site assessments, remediation planning and implementation, reuse planning, so engagement, economic feasibility, long-term sustainability. So again, now this is a very comprehensive approach. This is the type of one where you very likely might see a prime contractor and subcontractors, because they're gonna bring in people that have specific expertise in planning or certain elements, so. And hey, the back of that has the sample, the only thing left on my thing was just a thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Michelle.
It's online. And I'll be around all today.
And people can reach out to us, to Tribal Tab, if you have more questions about this stuff, and either we will help you or we will connect you with Michelle, maybe both. So let's take, let's try to get back, let's go 5 minutes, sorry, y'all, but we'll try to get back on time and then I'm back on schedule, and then, after the next little bit, we'll have lunch, so.
So we're gonna be talking about BIT for a little bit and how you use it beyond maybe more than just inventory expense. I'm Maggie Ballinger. I think I've met most of you already. I'm the Senior Director for Center for Hazardous Substance Research and the Regional National TAB program. And joining me on today's adventure, if you haven't met her yet, is Kate Lucas in the back. She is the Assistant Regional Director for EPA Regions. We can go over that. I think you know who we are and what we do. All right, so what is BIT for those that may not know? Well, BIT was initially created in 2008.
You be louder.
Yes. Okay. BIT was created in 2008 to structure the property redevelopment process. So it's really designed for you to keep track of site information as you're identifying sites. It includes a mapping feature so you can map sites, and we'll go into all these in a little bit of detail. So really taking a site from that very initial identification through assessment, cleanup, and redevelopment. You can track activities, contaminants, media impacted. If there's other types of inspections or institutional controls or complaints on a particular property or site, you can track that in BIT. There's a manage funding sources feature. You can export your data. And the beautiful thing is you own the data that's in BIT. It's not publicly available. It is password protected. You can, so whatever information you put in to BIT, the system is yours. You control it, you own it. If you want to share it, you can. And if you don't have to. So it can also serve as a single repository for project management and planning. You can upload photos and documents. We just talked about in the SOPs that, to help with maybe SOPs, maybe even doing an instructional video or something. And hopefully, as you'll see later on, maybe you could use BIT and create a program titled SOPs. And instead of a site name, you'd have an SOP name and you could then upload your documents here. So really, it can be imaginative, use it. You can choose to add participants. So if you're the one that creates a program, but you're collaborating on projects or programs with other people within your department, or maybe say other departments within the tribe, you can add them as administrative users, collaborators, or let's say you want to share data, but you don't want anybody messing with the data. You can give them read-only permissions. There's some administrative features that we'll cover, so you can adjust it and make BIT really useful for you, how you want to use it. Like I said, there's some other sections. If you receive complaints about somebody dumping something somewhere, or you need to complete an inspection on a property, there's sections for that also. So quick, just show of hands, how many in the room are familiar with BIT? Great. And of those that are familiar, how many have used or played around with BIT Mobile? Okay, well, great, because you all will get to experience BIT Mobile today. So that'll be new for everybody. So first things first, to get started using BIT, the first thing that you need to do is create a KSU account. I believe most of you registered for this event, that you probably already have a KSU account. Great. And if not, we can help you with that. Once you log into BIT, the very first thing you'll need to do is create a program. And then the program, you can have as many programs as you want, and you can have as many sites as you want within a program. But creating a program is the first step. Some tips for creating a program, or maybe naming a program. Maybe there's a certain funding or grant that you want to keep track of all your sites under. Your 104K grantee, and there's a specific grant. Maybe that's how you name it. You could name a program based on type sites. Say you want to just know where all your open dumps are. That would be the name of a program. Maybe you want to narrow it down to a particular location or area within the reservation or fee land, or if you have other sites, properties, a designated area could maybe be a program name. It could also be very specific to a type of contaminant if you want. So the program, just think about it as which sites do you want to keep track of collectively as a whole for you to manage and work with. After you set up your program, you'll want to, this is where you have the opportunity to manage any additional participants. Like I said, if you have team members or other collaborators that you want to be able to have full access to all the information within a particular program, you would give them the administrative level. They would have full access and manipulate data. They could delete data. They can add funding, things like that. You could also ask or invite someone to be a collaborator. At the collaborator phase, they can pretty much do everything an administrator can, except for they can't add or do anything with the funding sources, nor can they add any of the default menus or mess with that. They can still go in, add sites, edit data, things like that. And then the view only feature is kind of like a read only. So again, if you want to share the data that you have in BIT with somebody, or say maybe a council member or you wanna be able to just show information, but you don't want anybody to be able to delete, add, or manipulate the data, then you would just designate them as view only, and that gives them access to just view it. Oh, wait, go back real quick. And then once you have your collaborators, your program participants, you can edit them at any time. You would just go in, you can manage them, you can remove them, or you can change their permission levels. Additional administrative functions is setting up your funding sources. So again, this is a good way to help you keep track of the various funding sources that you may have, whether it's 128A grants, whether it's 104K grants, whether it's state funding that you may get to help you, if it's EPA funding that you get to help you. You want to create a funding source for each type of funding that you would use to address any of your sites. And what that allows you to do, if you set it up, is that you can actually distribute funds. Oh, this is PDF. Oh, I had animation, but that's good. So by creating your funding sources, then you can evaluate your funding distribution. So for a particular grant, like in this example, you can see, oh, well, we spent so much on a phase 1 for this site, and we spent so much on a phase 1 on a second site. You can also do a summary per site. So in this example, for the Burger King site, you can see, okay, these funding sources were used to do these activities. So that's why it's important to establish your funding sources within the tool. Yes, Ollie.
Hi, so on the funding sources, I understand about the, like whatever grant it would be. But what if you're wanting to add information in, say, like from a TBA, where it doesn't cost, but yet in order for you to be able to put that information, you have to have a funding source. And the lowest amount you can put in there, I think, is either $1 or 1 cent, still throws everything off.
Yeah, usually what I recommend and what I've seen doing is with those, just putting in $1 million. Because if you go back a slide, when you're setting it up here, so in the fund amount, I just put $1 million. And then as you're keeping track under the activities tab, you can put in however much that costs. You can get that information from EPA. Because then you can use that as leveraging too, right? Like, hey, we leverage so much for the TBA program. So.
Awesome, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Great question. So under site details, you can keep track of your site name, the site status, the site type. You can include additional information like the address. There's other fields for parcel information. You can get your latitude and longitude coordinates. There is a mapping feature on the homepage that you can use this little pin, drag it around, and it'll automatically generate coordinates. You can also keep track of ownership information. So as you're out there talking to people and you need a place, who owns this property and need to keep their contact information, you can all do that in a bit as well. You can track activities and contamination information as you're doing your environmental assessments. So under the assessments activities tab, there's different features that you can do. Was an assessment done? Is cleanup required? Yes or no? You can keep track of actual funding, and this is where having those funding mechanisms, sources in place, is you can say, okay, well, we did a phase 1 and we spent this much money, and that funding summary that I showed you earlier draws from this information here. You can also keep track of contaminants that were identified and media that was impacted. So as you're doing your phase 2, or even if it's a TBA and you want to be able to keep track of the contaminants identified and what media, you do that. Were they identified above or below action levels? You can designate that. and then you can add media affected. You can even add in receptors or targets that are impacted by those contaminants. Site cleanup and redevelopment sections follow a very similar approach to what we just went through with assessment. So, you know, was a cleanup done? What contaminants were addressed? What activities were funded? For each section of BIT, it follows a very similar format. One nice thing about BIT is there is some carryover. So if you are keeping track of the contaminants that are identified in that assessment section at the assessment phase, it will automatically carry over into the cleanup phase. So in this example, you know, we had petroleum that was actually found above levels. So then when you move into the cleanup section, it's already there. You don't have to duplicate an entry for the cleanup. Same with media. If you designate media that was affected under the assessment phase, it'll carry over into the cleanup section of BIT. So again, it just keeps track of information for you. It carries it forward as you know you're doing the assessment and cleanup activities. Recently, we just released a few weeks ago. We incorporated the platform for exploring environmental records tool that draws on FRS data, cleanup in my communities, and loss data. And so we have incorporated that feature into BIT. And what that does, it will allow you to put in, based on your site address, you can click on this nearby facilities feature and it'll identify other sites that are near your potential or your brownfield site or whatever site that it is. And this just can help you evaluate and help prioritize which sites you might want to assess and evaluate first based on other nearby conditions. It also includes a feature that if you want to import any of these sites into your program in BIT, you can do that by importing. You can also download or export this list of other sites nearby. If you, as I mentioned this earlier, if you're working with NBIT and there's particular sections that the default dropdowns don't have what you want, you have complete control to add those. For example, site type. If you're not seeing a site type listed for your particular situation, you can go in here under edit default menus and add an item to add the type of site that you want. And there's just, you can see here, there's a whole list of different menus that you can add and adjust to fit your needs. The complaints section helps you keep track of records of complaints and any follow-up actions. So again, you know, outside of a brownfield site, if there's any complaint that you receive and you need a way to keep track of that, something to go back to as maybe you continually inspect those or identify who might be responsible, there's a section in BIT that you can keep track of all that information. Same with regular inspections. If you have, whether you have, you know, a site or a property that you regularly inspect, maybe you have some that have institutional controls or engineering controls, and you're required to go out every so often to inspect. There's a section within BIT that allows you to keep track of that information.
So
yeah.
Could you like use that, like, you know, I do my ESP monthly walkthrough inspections?
Yep, 100% you can do that. And so you can keep track of all the information in here. You would just, for each time you go out and inspect, you would just create a new record and give it a name. You know, if you do it, yeah, monthly or annually. Yep, just month and year. And then you would just fill in all these categories. If you're out there and you are maybe taking photos, and this is where BitMobile could be handy, you could take a photo with BitMobile, keep track of your information while you're in the field. You can also upload other documents to this site that would be attached to your inspection report. A kind of newer, we've always had a generate report feature built into BIT, But with the new user interface, what we did is we created it to where it's per section. So if you still need to export data or you need to have some type of report, you know, like you're saying, Kermit, for you want an actual Wordish looking document for that report. After you put in all your information and save it, you would just hit this generate report feature, and then it would generate a report that you can hand out to other people or, you know, keep track of other things. So each section within BIT has a generate report feature, but. Open dump, there's an open dump survey section that is mirrored after the IHS form. So if you are, you know, surveying your open dumps and you want to be able to have a report that you can upload or send to IHS to try to get funding to address that open dump, BIT has a section for that. And this just kind of shows you what that looks like. And again, once you input all of your data, you generate a report that is pretty much identical to the IHS open dump survey form that you found. Again, you can upload photos, you can upload files. This is just very few examples. It takes pretty much anything and everything. You can do presentations. You can do, again, videos. So really anything that you want to attach to a site document, you can upload it here. You can also export your data. So you can choose to export all the data in BIT. You can export just individual information based on site, based on full program. Maybe you just want to know the assessment activities for a particular site. You can choose to export that. Some new upcoming features of BIT. I'm really excited about the one on top. So we've been working with Muskogee Creek Nation. They have it's an open dump health threat score and then cleanup cost estimator tool that we have been integrating into BIT that will be released by September 30th. And so the health threat score is helping to evaluate and prioritize maybe which open dump to clean up first based on certain health factors. And then the cleanup cost estimator is right now it is focused on the open dump, but that's how it started. But the way that we are integrating it into BIT is that it could be used for any potential excavation or cleanup mechanism because we are, it's kind of hard to explain without showing it to you guys, but we're leaving a lot of flexibility so it'll be able to be used beyond just open dumps. So I'm really excited about that.
You don't have a preview, do you?
I don't, we just had mock-ups and to be honest, the mock-ups weren't great. And then they did a live demo on our staging site. So I don't have it, but as soon as it gets released, I will, maybe I'll do a video. And we can post it.
Or should we have a webinar? But
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, because I do think it'll be, like I said, I'm really excited about this one. I think it'll be really, really good and have multiple applications beyond just evaluating cleanup road dumps. So, and then in 2026, we're gearing up to, we have a map with an all map feature, but right now it's a Google based map, which is great, but a lot of people use Esri GIS. So we're going to be adding a GIS Esri map to BIT. We are also going to be working on some more refined exports and imports to where you can be even more specific on the information that you want to export. Because right now, if you say, okay, well, I want to export site information or site details, it includes every section under the site details tab, even if you don't have data put in there. So we're really going to be working on refining those and making them exactly, I just want like 5 columns versus 100 columns. That's a consideration, but I feel like it could be it can get really large. So we'll be working on that. And then we are also creating, right now we have a single API for advanced developers or users of BIT, to get in behind the scenes and it would allow you access to certain tools and certain features of it. Let's say you happen to have your own database, you want to be able to use some of these tools and features. We're working on developing an API, so it's kind of like you would get to go behind the scenes and use those tools and then export that out to import to your own database. That's the best that I can describe it because I'm not a techie person. But we are working on that for next year. So, and you know, we are always open. So any feedback that you guys have for those that use BIT or think you're gonna use BIT, it would be helpful. Oh, it'd be really helpful if, yeah, reach out, send me a message. We are always looking for ways to improve. Okay, any other questions about BIT or its use purposes? Oh, 3 minutes. Okay, we're right on time. Steve.
Sure, yeah.
Or Stuart, sorry.
So where does the data reside? You know,
It resides in the cloud somewhere.
The great.
It is protected. It's password protected, and I can't even get in there to see. Let's say Craig has a Brownfields program established or whatever. Unless he grants me permission, I can't see what he's doing. It's stored on. We have a third party that we work with. They're called QAPPs Technologies, and it's stored out there on their servers.
Do we own our own data then? No one has access to our data.
Correct.
Program.
Yes. Yeah. Because it's
Whatever we need.
password protect. I mean, you have to have an account and you have to have your own password to get in there. So unless you're sharing that and for your credentials with somebody, nobody can get in here to view and see your data.
Even within your organization.
Even within your organization. That's where I was saying you can invite collaborators, but again, you have to do. You have to say, hey, Virginia, I want you to see my data. Otherwise, she wouldn't have access to it. Same with the mapping and the exporting features. You could export your data to share it. You can generate reports, but none of that is automatic. You have to do it. Any other questions?
Just a note, if you need to download the app, search for KSU BIT Mobile. That's what it's, I searched for like inventory tool, you have to search KSU BIT Mobile.
Yeah, you need to say KSU or Kansas State University. Okay, so having fun with BIT Mobile. So everything that I just kind of walked through and went over is our BIT Online, so the online version. We do have a mobile app that has a lot of the same features. The exclusions would be the funding sources and funding summary is not part of BIT Mobile. And inspection are there, no, they should be there.
There was something else, talking about it at
Complaints like
TLA.
that.
Yes,
Complaints should be there now.
okay.
And the, like the cleanup cost calculator will not be part of BIT Mobile yet. But for the most part, I would say 90% of everything I covered is available through BIT Mobile. So what we are going to task you guys with today is to just get familiar and play around with BIT Mobile and BIT to capture your lunch spot. And we created a fun testing account, user account for BIT, if you will. So if you download the app, you can log in using this Gmail, bitfun@ksu@gmail.com. And then the password is bitfun with a capital B, demos, capital D, 2025 exclamation point. And then select the program. We already have a program that pre-exists in there. And then wherever you decide to go to lunch, add that lunch spot as a site name, but add your initials to it so you don't override somebody else's. And then play around with some of the features. Take a photo and upload that. See what that looks like. Gather GPS coordinates using BitMobile. Under site information, you can click view on map and move a pin around and save that location. And then, like I said, up here, just play around with it. There's comments fields in every section of it, a way to communicate or keep track of notes if there's not a designated data field. Maybe you're not happy with your food and you want to document a complaint. I don't know. For the yeah, I don't know. Just get in there, play around with it, and save. So if you're doing anything in BitMobile, you don't have to have, good data or Wi-Fi. You can save it on your device. But again, make sure you save kind of within each section before you move on. And then when we come back here after lunch, you guys can all sync the information to Bit Online. And then Kate is going to help me and we're going to pull up Bit Online and just see what everybody put in. So any questions about the Bit Mobile activity? Okay. And then for our online participants, if you want to do, follow the same thing, go outside wherever you're at, walk around, whatever you're doing for lunch, play around with Bit Mobile, great, you can certainly do that. Or if you just want to log into Bit Online, connect there at that web page using the exact same credentials. We developed some scenario cards, so you can kind of follow through. And the items highlighted in yellow is the data, the information you would input into Bit. And then we'll pull that up too once we all return from lunch. Any questions or instructions about those instructions? Anything online? No. Okay, so with that, unless Oral or Jim have anything, I think we're free to break for lunch. Come back here at 1:30.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get back started. Maggie. I don't know, Maggie and Sandy, you can sort this out some more. But a quick note, if you're sitting, well, basically anywhere, there's microphones all around the room. So keep that in mind if you're talking while the presentations are going on, because everyone can hear what's going on. So just be considerate of our online participants, please.
Well, I lost my co-presenter, so. Oh, wait, you get it. Sorry. Okay. Well, we're still waiting on a few more people. I think we'll start first and just, Kate's gonna lead us through while I pull things up and then Sandy. Oh, and if you haven't yet though, if you did have fun with it, now that you're back here, when you get to the main page of Bit Mobile down at the bottom, it'll say, create a site, or it'll say sync. Hit that sync button, then that will make sure that the information you gathered will sync the program. After you sync, you'll be able to see what other people put in, and then we'll be able to see what you put in. So go ahead and sync if you haven't done that already.
Yeah, I think sync is very important.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Oh, no.
Which is.
When you log into Bit, you are new to Bit, as you see, you log in. Your name will be up here in the upper right. And then if you have existing programs, they'll all be here. If you don't have any programs, or you even want to start with a new program, you would do that here, give it a name and then go, but we have a program.
Is Town Topic Hamburgers, was that supposed to be a site?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, well, we'll look at
There.
that. Okay, so we have Conchita EO, what is EO?
Emma O'Neill.
What? Emma O'Neill. Oh, great, okay, nice. Oh, okay, so yeah, so Maggie did entered the site, we went to Lulu's Noodle House for lunch, so you can see here, she put in the last long, and the Bit Mobile will actually allow you to take, it'll say, do you allow Bit Mobile to use your location? If you allow that, then in that case, it'll automatically input your longitude. You could also enter in the site address, exit code. You can see here that Maggie uploaded a photo of her lunch.
Go stand over there.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
Can you see me? Can they see me now?
No, it's more for the microphone.
Oh, okay. Sorry, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, they can hear you, just
Okay.
at the podium.
Oh, at the podium. Okay. And she said it was an excellent meal that was shared with friends.
Wasn't excellent.
It was an excellent meal. It was there in so we also have Conchitas.
Sorry, I didn't add a lot, but there is a complaint.
There is a complaint. Restaurant or?
Oh, I don't know where I put it, it's over there.
Oh, the comments.
Oh, maybe.
Did you save it after you
Oh.
did your data? If you
Yes,
didn't
right.
save it might not. I mean, if you didn't save it, I shouldn't say it might not.
Definitively.
But please do verbalize your plans.
Yeah, there was not enough seating.
Not enough seating.
Yeah, I didn't save it, that's my bad.
Okay. That was
I should remember that.
hamburger joint.
Yeah, it's on top of hamburgers. Okay. It's in the redevelopment phase, interesting. There was a disposal here. Any information on that disposal?
Oh, interesting.
Large things.
It's disposal into your tummy. Landed Swansea, Kansas City, we got a flat lung and a couple photos, those are very nice.
Oh,
This is
oh,
great.
wow.
Yeah. Good job. Wow. An exemplary use of the filing.
I know,
Did you like Town Topic?
One note here, so if you put in your lat long, it doesn't auto-populate the location. But if you were to do it in reverse, it will auto-populate your lat long. But the lat longs are helpful in those instances where you don't have a property address, but you want
me to do it in reverse?
So like if you were to put in a site address.
I could say address in mine. Yeah.
Okay, go to the my entry for.
If you post lat long, it won't create an address.
Oh,
But if you
okay.
put in an address, it will create the lat.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
So. Yeah, like that,
Okay.
but that's what I mean, it won't do it in reverse.
Yes.
Kate, did you have anything?
No. I added a photo, maybe. Oh, maybe I thought I put in a photo, I was walking into the plant turning, I didn't take a photo, I don't, yeah.
This is why it's important to always save.
Yeah. Right. Page, okay. Up here. Nice, in the office, excellent. That's page.
Okay.
Great utilization of it. Should we do the Union Station lunch? Oh, yeah. Okay. More photos. In the assessment phase.
Perfect, nice. Anything else entered in here?
It doesn't look like it. So these check marks that on the left-hand side, if you do have all, like the information complete, like if all of this was filled out, then this would highlight purple. And so again, like, oh, that section or areas.
Do you wanna go to the site overview now?
Oh, yeah.
So that'd be a good thing. Yeah, so another thing, so once you put in multiple locations, oh, and you wanna make sure your program is. Yeah, and you do need to make sure that the program is selected up at the top, otherwise it will show you all locations from all the programs. Which generally, are fairly local, but in this case, because we're mostly in Kansas City, and then I guess Pages in North Dakota, if you zoom in even closer to Kansas City, you will see the various geotag locations of the various lunch spots that we went to. So this is really great. This is a great thing to be able to take a look at. As you're coming up with the brownfields inventory, if you're trying to apply for like an assessment grant, or you're just wanting to like define a geographic area in which you are doing work, looking at this map would be very helpful for you to just kind of draw a logical boundary around the site. So if I were to be drawing kind of a geographic area for this, I would maybe do downtown Kansas City and bound that by 71, 670, and 35, and the train tracks. And that's where I would be able to spend my assessment.
And also export information from the map. It'll export into either one of these files, which would then allow you to, again, upload that. You have your own mapping feature, or just be able to, if you have a default, it'll show up like a Google Map or Google Earth. And then if there are any documents attached, you can choose to attach whatever you want to the sites. So another way to get your data out of it to share with others is part of maybe that public record that you have to do. And then just for fun, here's that nearby facility. Oh, I need to street it.
Yes. Oh, I wonder if it's a location thing, where you have to let the browser know your location in order for this to work.
Okay, well, I'll shoot that. Okay.
Did everyone?
In the chat, Paige asked, is the Acres interface working?
Okay, no. And so when our Acres friends are here tomorrow, I encourage everybody to ask this question. But no, they, due to shifting priorities and budgeting, they terminated the Acres interface. Yeah. In February of this year. So, yeah, like, that's really all I can say about it. It is really disappointing. And, but the people that are leading Acres again will be on tomorrow presenting about Acres. And so if you see this as a valuable tool and resource, something that you would utilize and want it to come back, they are definitely the people to notify of and let them know.
Does the EPA use that as reported?
They use Acres for reporting, but not necessarily the big Acres interface.
So Acres is still available.
Acres is still available.
Yeah.
And they still require you to put data in there. It's just the interface between these databases. You could just push it, it would be duplicative. No longer exists right now.
Yeah, and Acres are no longer speaking on speaking terms.
Correct.
Maggie, could you, however, go to your data export and export it as a CSV or something and then upload it to Acres?
Acres does not have an upload feature at the moment. I think it is something they're exploring. It's something I've been talking to them about for several years now. But earlier when I said some of our 2026 updates, we'll look at refined exports, and an acres export is one of those. Of really looking at, okay, what are the minimum required field that you need to put into acres, and creating a refined export that's specific to acres. So yes, you would essentially be able to export that and then pull it up and then just copy and paste your information over into acres.
Yeah, so what we have now, you can basically select which fields you wanna export, but with this, it would kind of be a default select A, F, P, Z, you know. So you could just have the acres. Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the acres point for the file uploading, they don't have an upload set up like what we're used to seeing here in BET. But you can upload PDF files and or images within a PDF file if you go to the justification section. Because that way you can actually have a visual or graphic, how you do it in a PDF that actually fulfills that, because they also say that it's supposed to be anything that like a website or someplace that's not necessarily authoritative, but again, it revolves and falls back into the justification point. I've used that a couple times, especially when you're turning around and entering information in acres. That way they can actually see it and not just see words, but actually see the actual image. So I don't know if that's the way it was intended, but to me, that actually was a way for me to get the image in there, and that way there is something documented on their servers they can't say.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Great job, great data. Right, Sandeep's gonna say just a few words. We're gonna deviate the agenda for just a moment, and then Brian, you're up.
So good afternoon, welcome back from your FP lunch. I'm sure they are ready to listen in to a bunch of things. But I'm here to introduce the program already spoken about a few times. My name is Sandeep Mehta. I work for EPA Region 7. And the program that I wanted to introduce to you was about the targeted brownfields assessment program. What I'm trying to do with this is, I do not have a presentation, just so you know. But it's similar to if you went to a restaurant, sometimes you know they come out with these tiny pieces of a dish that they have made that they are trying to get either taste tested to figure out and get feedback, or to sell it more because it has not been selling as much. I am here to sell the program, not for taste testing, because this program has been in existence for a while. I am relatively new compared to some of the folks around from Region 7 and potentially today too. I've been here with the program only about 3 years or 4 years. And I have been working with the targeted brownfields assessment. I want to make sure people realize it's TBA, targeted brownfields assessment, versus technical assistance for brownfields that Jennifer and KSU and the forum is here for. And I want to thank you for giving me this spot, and thank you all for listening in. Targeted Brownfields Assessment Program has funding that is available. And it can be used for assessment work. And you heard this morning, DeAndre speak about a lot of programs that are available, especially free assistance to the forums and the members, right? And you also heard Jackie and Jennifer talk this morning about some grants where you have planned for certain areas. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break you guys up, but you have grants that you have written for, you have planned for 3-4 different sites that you have planned for assessment under these grants. But when you are running through the program, running through these grants, you realize, whoops, I have this one spot, one site that came up, a tire dump or a waste site or a site that has potentially been contaminated. And you don't have the funds for that, but you need to get it done because you want to, for example, you have a gas station area that an owner wants to go buy it, but doesn't have the resources that the tribe can support. Well, what do? You come to us for the targeted brownfield assessment money funding. We could look at the site, it'll have to follow the same pattern of regulations, it'll still have to go through the site eligibility and things like that. And once we determine that it meets those requirements, we, as an EPA, could assist with that. The way we do it is we currently have the funding in spot, and this is the third year of the current task order that is in place, but we intend to continue it for a longer period of time. So you would come to us and request some assistance and evaluation to determine if the site is eligible, we'd help you work through it. We would, however, implement that work of assessment. So what does the assessment consist of? It's typically phase 1, phase 2, and an APCA to come up with generic costs as you would do under a grant. So when you come to us, we would run with it with our current contractor, and we would utilize their services to assist you. We could come up with the reports for the phase 1, phase 2. We would also come back with APCA if it is required.
What's that?
APCA is the evaluation of multiple alternatives. When you do a phase 2, and thank you, great question, Monica. So when you do a phase 2, if there is potential contamination that has been found on the property, that doesn't meet your intent because you need to go out and now figure out if there's certain cleanup work that's required. So how do you determine the cost? How would you, if you had to apply for a grant there or some assistance with either state or somewhere, then you will need to have these costs to evaluate and figure out with these grantees for some assistance. And that's where APCA comes into place. APCA would give you a good cost estimate of the cleanup required, the areas that would need to be cleaned up, and you could take those amounts and go to request either apply for a grant or maybe seek assistance with different funding resources. But I wanted to share this information related to the targeted brownfields assessment because in the 3 years that I have been working on, 3 or a little bit more than 3 years, I have not been able to assist or coordinate this with any of the tribal members or tribal communities. And I want to bring it out if there are people, and I know this was brought up a couple of times this morning, so people may be aware of TBA or not, or maybe it's there and at the back of the mind and people may have forgotten about it. So I want to just refresh this and talk about targeted brownfields assessment. Again, it's TBA, a clone of QAPP, not necessarily doing the same work, but in conjunction with TAP, we would be happy to work and assist you, provide assessment assistance with our contractors. That was the main thing I wanted to share today. Quickly end this, but if any questions arise with any of the assistance requirements on TBA, please do feel free to contact me. I'm the lead on the Region 7 program, and I'm sure Region 8 probably has a similar program too. But that's all I wanted to talk. I think there's
There's a question online
okay.
asking from application to completion of phase 1 and 2, how long does it take?
So from application to the completion of phase 1 and phase 2, we are currently at about 6 to 9 months time. Depending on the complexity of the site. For smaller sites, we have taken a shorter duration. For longer, for some of the sites, and not just one site, recently we completed a site for KCMO. We had 63 properties included all at the same time, and we completed the whole project in 12 months. So it really depends on the complexity, the number of properties and things of that side. But the whole part, the main focus is the funding would be from us, we would help ensure that the contractor keeps it moving forward and meets the timely requirements for the tribe as required. So that's it. Kermit, you had the same question?
We've used it in the past.
Sure.
And we are now in the process of using it again, on and back again.
Awesome. I would welcome you. So that's the main thing I had. If there are any more questions, please feel to contact me. Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you all for listening to me.
Okay, so now, Brian Hansen is, I'll let him actually introduce himself to you, but he's going to talk to us about, the program that he's involved with and some, rules and requirements for radon and tribal housing. Zero. She's the clicker.
She's the clicker. All right. While she's bringing up the presentation, my name is Brian Hansen. I am the director of the K-State Radon program. For those of you who are unfamiliar with our group, we were one of the original US EPA university-based regional radon training centers set up after the passage of the Indoor Radon Abatement Act in 1988. I am functionally the last of the 5 centers that is still running. Rutgers is still technically active, but they're not doing much work outside of New Jersey at the moment. This leaves me as kind of the last person standing for non-industry, non-partisan professional education, both entry level and continuing education for radon industry in the United States. I also have been operating the technical assistance and public education portion of the Kansas radon program since 2002. K-State has been running that since '97. And because of those two things, in 2009, when the EPA found themselves up a proverbial creek, we took over temporarily the National Technical Assistance Program for Radon from the National Safety Council and have had that by competitive cooperative agreement since. And because I wasn't busy enough in 2018 when the Western Regional Radon Training Center at University of Colorado Springs closed, we migrated the only university-based QA/QC laboratory for the radon industry to K-State as well, and I've been managing that since. So what I wanted to have a little chat about today then is just a really high-level look at 2 of the major federal policies impacting radon. One a little less applicable to the current audience, the other very much applicable to the current audience. And I'll be honest, the majority of my presentation was looking also at a very high level of how we do large building radon testing. Which is a major concern for a lot of the tribes, particularly when looking at communal housing on reservations or for elder care facilities, things like that. But I can leave that to the side and give you some other options on how I might be able to help you and let you take a look at that presentation on your own time and maybe get you back on track.
Yeah, we lost the screen in the room, so the online people can see the presentation. We cannot, and we're not sure why. So the presentations are available on the website. So, yeah.
I can walk us
You can just keep talking and.
I can actually, and I'm gonna give you a caveat on this presentation because I did get caught by this literally on April Fool's Day. I'm giving this very talk to the EPA Region 4 meeting in Huntsville, Alabama, when we find out that the FHFA had axed their enhanced radon meetings while I'm talking about the FHFA rules to the audience. So everything I say today is somewhat subject to it. But the two big drivers of radon testing at the federal level. The first one, a little less applicable, I think, to this audience, is the current HUD FHA requirements under the MAP 2020 Environmental Review Assessment Guidance. Under the MAP 2020, for any FHA insured mortgage of a large building, particularly multifamily properties, but this can also include residential care facilities or similar type building structures. At point of sale, the MAP 2020 guidance does require a full building assessment for radon as part of the environmental assessment under the previous iteration of the National Large Building Measurement Standards. In short, what this requires is that we simultaneously test every ground contact residential unit or commonly occupied space, such as a common area of the building or an office in the building or a classroom in the building, so that we can map any potential radon issues within the structure and therefore target radon mitigation activities to just the affected areas of the building. So this policy does add to the front end assessment costs slightly, but does have the potential to reduce the mitigation costs, particularly, potentially by tens of thousands of dollars, depending on the size and scope of the structure which we're dealing with. But what is, I think, more relevant today is the current HUD Public Housing Authority policy on radon. Now, here's the big caveat. The FHA rules are written into regs into the MAP 2020 guidance. The Public Housing Authority policy that I'm about to talk about is just that. It's a policy. It was not written into reg. Okay, so it could disappear with a swipe of a pen by the director of HUD. But currently, the states, and starting in January for the nations, HUD is now going to require that any residential structure that is undergoing housing rehabilitation or building rehabilitation with HUD funds in some way include radon in the environmental assessment under HUD's requirements for contaminant analysis. So what does this mean? Well, since this is a policy, this is not an absolute requirement that radon testing be conducted in these properties. Now, this is for all residential, whether it's a single family house or an apartment building, okay? But if you are not going to include that assessment while you are putting together your rehabilitation plans for that structure, you have to in some way justify why you are not. And for EPA Region 7 and EPA Region 8, that's going to be a very difficult thing to do given the prevalence of radon in those areas. Okay. For example, for anyone on the call or in the room from Colorado, back under the original EPA assessment map for Colorado in 1993, about 10% of the counties were listed as Zone 2 or moderate risk or potential of elevated risk. But if you look at Colorado's in-house map as of today, Colorado is a splotch of red, just like Iowa. Okay, there are no non-zone 1 or high potential counties in the state of Colorado. And this is, to be honest, the biggest recognized fault of the 93 risk assessment map is that it across the board underestimated radon potential, particularly in residential environments around the United States. Okay. Best example I can give you, Kansas, the original risk assessment was 25% of houses, 1 in 4 would be elevated for radon in 1993. It's closer to 40. That's a big discrepancy. Big.
Say that again.
The original EPA risk estimate was 1 in 4, 25%. It's just under 40 in reality, with a number of counties approaching 50%. And anyone on the call or in the room from Iowa knows exactly what is going on in Iowa. Number 1 in 93, and even more number 1 today in terms of percentage of balance. So What we're looking at then is the single biggest bottleneck here is that this policy did not add additional funding to deal with radon, which means that it has to come out of the assessment and the rehabilitation fund somewhere else if it does get it. The advantage here though, and it's a small advantage, but I try to push this when I get the opportunity. If we put in a residential facility, the traditional mitigation system that we use, which is active soil depressurization for radon. If we have other ground COCs that are potentially infiltrating into those structures, the radon system will, or at least some of those, also get you additional benefits across the board. So we can see multiple indoor air quality benefits being achieved by standard radon mitigation. So it's a small carrot, but it's a carrot that I try to push as much as possible. The most obvious of these is additional dehumidification from regions of the country that have humidity issues. So again, the biggest challenge here is implementation, particularly at the nation's level. Myself and my second, Christina Snyder, who works for me out of her home in Georgia, have worked with HUD's tribal office over the last 18 months, really, trying to help HUD do a better job of providing this messaging out to the nations. And I'm just going to plug my meeting set, which we are kind of finishing up for the year now, but we'll be looking at posting our schedule here for next year, hopefully by January. My office does run the regional radon meetings for EPA. We just got back from running 8, 9, and 10 in Laramie, Wyoming. We're likely going to be doing 8, 9, and 10. EPA Region 9 would like to see it in California next year, but somewhere further west at a minimum. And EPA Region 7 will be in Lincoln. So I come to you and we really encourage the local nations to join us in those to meet their state counterparts if they don't know them and to get brought into contacts with the radon industry. This is a public-private meeting, so we have public sector folks in the rooms, we have the private sector folks, we have industry folks, we have the industry show up at these meetings, so it's a good place to get all of this stuff at one time. Additionally, my office does provide webinar-based training on a lot of these issues, how to do these measurements, how to approach the larger buildings, which are more complicated than single family. And for anyone in Region 8, I'm going to plug this. The state of California has invited me out October 16th and 17th. I will be doing an 8-hour day on large building radon measurement and an 8-hour day on large building mitigation on those 2 days. And that is a no-cost meeting. You just have to get yourself there. Okay, the state of California is sponsoring this. So I am here, I guess is the point of this, to help you try to sort out how you want to implement this policy within your tribal governmental structure. And having worked directly with the Cherokee in the past, having worked directly with Nez Perce, having worked directly with Bad River, and some of the folks up in Wisconsin and in Minnesota and Michigan. One of the biggest disconnects we see is that your HUD folks are in your housing office, but your environmental guy, who's your radon person, is not, and they don't really like to talk to each other. So we really do try to work with you to try to make that connection and to bring the radon person into contact with that housing administration, because that is where this work is going to happen. Okay. So with that, I am just going to open it up for questions. What can I tell you that I have not at this point?
So I know that over with our tribe, they used to do radon testing, but with the cooperation of, our housing authority on the reservation. But somewhere along the line, that's actually kind of went along the wayside. Why, I don't know. So when it comes to doing the radon testing, these kits, and you leave them, pick them up, send them off to the lab, get the results, and go from there. I don't know that cooperation still exists, but I still have some of those full radon test kits Or is there a hire for the new kits that would be up for the standards if we were to try to reignite that working relationship with our housing?
Absolutely. If you did not hear online, the question is, you know, what are the supply options for testing kits, for the nations and such, to paraphrase. There are 7 major national laboratories. Most of those are the short-term charcoal-based laboratories, but there are also 3 major alpha track laboratories for the longer-term radon tests, which do sometimes become relevant. I really do encourage that you contact directly the state radon contacts in your area. They may already have in place purchasing agreements with one of the labs, and most of the states do. There may be an option to piggyback there. And I can always broker those discussions for you to set those agreements up yourself, because I work with all of the major labs, like QAPPs side of things. So those options are definitely there. And I will point this out if you're unfamiliar, starting in last year and continuing into this year, the EPA regions have been directed by headquarters to create tribal set-asides in the state indoor radon grant funds, CERT funds, which is likely where that disconnect may have happened. You may have stopped putting in for the CERT funds. But there are set-asides now that can be as much as 10 to 15% of the region's dollars. And we are seeing many more of the nations taking advantage of that over the last 18 months and stepping into that. So if you have questions on that, do not hesitate to get in touch with me. And I, of course, left my cards on my car, but my phone number and my email are on my last slide. I'll say that.
Which even if we don't get to see that today, they are available on the event, or they will be available on the event
Yes.
website. So we will have all this information.
So this is my day job, and I will happily help you figure that out. Yes.
Yes, hi, I'm Jennifer from EPA Region 7. And I'm, pardon me for not quite seeing the forest for the trees here. Are you saying that you believe that the 128A program could, the tribal response program could in some way remediate radon in housing?
No, we never remediate radon. We mitigate it.
Do you believe that the 128A program can be a source for mitigation?
I do not know what the 128A program is. You'll have to give me more context.
Okay, good. The tribal response program deals with brownfields.
Okay.
Sites which are real property, redevelopment or reuse of which are limited by contaminants or other pollutants or minor guard land.
I am not a legal source. So the policy here is a HUD policy. So the primary pot of money for this work is the HUD rehabilitation dollars. But given what you are suggesting, I think that this has been actually looked at by some of the Western tribes, particularly in Arizona and Utah, where they're dealing with a lot of uranium mine tailing problems in their residential environments. And under those circumstances, I suspect the answer is probably yes. So it would depend, I think, on the situation. Now, that would be a full remediation though, potentially. You know, when we're dealing with normally with radon, we're just putting in a system that's designed to reduce the indoor concentrations. We're not doing source removal in any stretch of the imagination. So.
Yes, thank you.
It's a great question.
What changed since the 93 assessment that the map got redder or? Is it better testing or just better?
The question is what changed since 93 on the national risk assessment map? Quite frankly, for most of the rural counties on that map, if you look at the actual data from the actual assessed properties that were used, there were counties that had fewer than 5 houses that were ever tested. there was just no data. So in most of those areas, they were literally guessing based on some of the other factors that they were looking at. Predominantly the aerial radioactivity studies and advanced geological factors. They just didn't have buildings that got tested in a lot of those rural areas. Nebraska is actually a very good example of that. All of that yellow in the middle of Nebraska, which was actually number 3 on the overall risk assessment. It's because there's nothing there. And I can say that because I grew up right next to that yellow area. Got cattle and sand and about one house every 50 miles. So that is the biggest issue. As we've got better data sets, everything just got better.
Has there been any change in the laboratory analysis? Then?
In the technology?
Yeah, the technology of lab work.
Question is, has there been a significant change in the technologies? That makes up paraphrase.
Yeah.
We do still consider alpha track testing over winter for a minimum of 3 months to be the best assessment of occupant risk, barring a couple of odd geological situations. One of Iowa's problem is that it's a karst region, so we have to take into account the fact that we can see some seasonal, really some weird seasonal variances in those areas. But by and large, long-term testing does tend to be more reflective of actual annualized indoor exposure, which is where the health risks are coming from. But the US policy has always been to start with that shorter term 2 to 7 day test. And those tests have not particularly changed at all over time. We're still using either one of the 2 different charcoal absorption devices, either the ACs, the activated charcoals, or the liquid scintillations. They're still being analyzed the same way they've been for the last 3 to 5 years. The electron ion chambers still doing their thing. They're a small chunk of the market, but they have their advantages in some certain circumstances. The real-time monitors, however, have got much better. So you have 2 groups of real-time monitors available these days. You've got the actual accredited National Radon Proficiency Program certified professional grade continuous radon monitors. And then you have a whole class of what we call consumer digital radon monitors. These are the electronic monitors you buy off the electronic marketplaces. Some of them are actually really, really good. Some of them not so much. They are non-accredited. They should not be being used to make mitigation decisions. But by and large, even the bad ones are going to tell you if you have a real problem. Not sure I answered your question.
No, that's perfect.
My contact information is on the board. Again, anyone is welcome to join me in LA. Of course, it's LA, but you're all welcome to join me. But do not hesitate to email me. I will get you to our courses website. We do offer periodic webinars in a day that cover a lot of these materials, and I really want to get service to this group. So thank you very much.
One more question.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Do the current ICC building codes require radon mitigation systems?
Do the current ICC residential building codes require radon? And the short answer is not really. So the residential, the IRC, the International Residential Code, has an optional appendix. Some people in the room may know it as Appendix F, then it was recently the Appendix AF, then they realized that was probably not the best acronym, and now it is the Appendix BE. When adopted, does require the installation of a passive radon system at the build of new single and 2 family buildings. There is nothing in the ICC codes for larger buildings. A handful of states have mandated this at the state level. No, wait, okay, I've got stopped here, it gets complicated. Iowa is considering requiring it at a state level. Nebraska does require it for all building types, unless the engineer designing it says they don't need it. We won't go there. And Colorado has adopted the national consensus standards for putting putting passive systems in both single family and large buildings. But that only comes into play if adopted at the local level.
Oh.
Did I
okay.
confuse that issue way more than I wanted to?
No, I get it. So are there any local municipalities that you know of in Kansas that have adopted?
That's a slightly easier question. Known communities in Kansas that do require passive systems. Quite frankly, most of the KC metropolitan area on both sides of the border, actually. DeSoto, Atchison, Russell, Topeka, Lawrence, Salina, Junction City, and Shawnee and Douglas counties at large. Missouri's actually done a much better job with this than we have. And that was unintentional. What appears to have happened in Missouri about 10 years ago is during one of the big code reviews, they all went through the codes at the same time and they just all adopted all of the optional appendixes without reading them. So Missouri's got about 40 communities and about 10 counties that all require it. So, including Jackson County.
Okay.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Snapshot this. Do not hesitate to reach out, folks. I appreciate your time today. Absolutely.
Okay, everyone. We are gonna take another quick break, but before we do, does everyone remember what room you were in for your breakouts? Yes, you're gonna go back to those rooms after the break. And we will bring new speakers into you. So the room you've been, that's the room you're gonna be in for all of the breakout sessions, and we'll just bring different speakers to you. So how do we wanna get people back upstairs?
They don't need it any.
Oh, okay.
Press floor 4 on the kiosk. And it'll take you there and it's to the left and then.
And we'll tell the speakers where they're going and they'll meet you in the rooms. So 10-minute break. We'll get started. I'll think 2:45 to get started since we're a little bit late on the break.
Oh, I was born ready.
Who's that?
Jerry Bonnie.
Jerry.
Okay.
Whenever y'all are ready.
Today we're gonna talk about quality assurance project plans. Next slide. And so what we're gonna do today, we're gonna talk about, oh, she got it. Thank you. Talk about quality assurance project plans, site-specific quality assurance project plans, QAPP requirements, purpose of a QAPP, how to develop a QAPP, tips for getting your QAPP approved. Any questions you may have? Next slide. Oh, yep. So my name is Sarah von Reisfeld. I got a chemistry degree from Occidental. I worked in the lab for 5 or 6 years and then started in consulting. And have been working on brownfields for about the past 10 years. The latter.
I'm Kelly Schubert. I got my undergrad in English from University of Texas. Master's in hydrogeology from Cal State.
Also a little bit louder, bigger voices.
Oh, geez.
I mean, even just for us in the room.
Okay. Sorry. I'm a geologist at Stantec, been there 10 years now and working on brownfields for about the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay, what is a QAPP? A quality assurance project plan is a written document that acts as a blueprint for projects involving environmental data, detailing the specific procedures for collecting, analyzing, and using that data to ensure its quality and reliability. Why do I need to write a QAPP? EPA financial assistance regulations require QAPP for all projects involving collection or use of environmental data. You need a sound scientific approach to support the study and decisions you make. A QAPP ensures that the data you collect are accurate, consistent, and of a known quality, making it more trustworthy for environmental decisions. And a QAPP serves as a comprehensive blueprint that outlines the who, what, where, when, why, and how of your project. By detailing your procedures ahead of time, you can identify and solve potential problems before you begin collecting data, which saves time and money. When is QAPP required? The QAPP is required for every project conducted or funded by EPA that involves collecting, producing, or using environmental data. This includes activities like air monitoring, water sampling, soil testing, or analyzing maps using GIS. A QAPP spells out how you collect data, analyze it, how you upload quality assurance on your project. There are three general types of QAPPs. A generic QAPP, which applies to all sites in a multi-site program. A site-specific QAPP addendum applies to a single site in a multi-site program. A site-specific QAPP addendum is commonly submitted in the form of a sampling and analysis plan for SAP. And a site-specific QAPP, which is submitted when a brownfield project is limited to one site or when separate QAPPs are developed for each site in a multi-site program. A site-specific QAPP both includes QAPP and SAP content and is a standalone document. A site-specific QAPP can be developed after EPA approves your generic QAPP and after the project officer has signed a site eligibility form indicating your property is indeed a brownfield property. And Kelly's gonna talk about site-specific QAPP addenda.
Yeah, so QAPPs and site-specific QAPPs, they share a lot of the same required elements that Sarah's gonna go into a lot more detail on. So I'm just gonna go over kind of the key differences that are unique to a site-specific QAPP and go through an example site. Site-specific QAPP is, as you might have guessed, it includes information that is specific to your site along with the data quality elements. And basically provides detailed instructions for your geologists or field personnel on how to collect quality data at your site. It identifies project objectives and site assessment goals. These could vary a lot depending on the planned future use of your site. And other variables like the geology, depth of groundwater, suspected contaminants, things like that. And one of the most important elements is going to be your site conceptual model. So the conceptual site model is important because it forms really the foundation of your sample design plan. And just very generally, it's a visual or written representation that summarizes the current understanding of a contaminated or potentially contaminated site. So really the purpose of the conceptual site plan is to help you see the big picture of your site and prioritize your investigation. And this is something that's not a static element. This is going to change as you gather more information, data, and learn more about your site. So this should be updated as you go along. So again, the purpose of the conceptual site model is really to help you understand your site and your data needs. So it's going to illustrate how contaminants may move through the environment and impact human health and ecological receptors. Going to identify potential sources of contamination, tanks, piping, reported spills, pathways that contamination may take. This is oil, groundwater, soil vapor, things like that. And the receptors of that contamination, like people, animals, ecosystems. And with these, it's really important to consider and think about the future use of the site, because a site that is planned for, say, a daycare or park like that, that's gonna have very different data needs than something planned for industrial or commercial. So now we'll go through just an example site to see how that conceptual site model leads into your sample design. So for this site, we know from our phase 1 that it was a gas station from 60s to the 80s. Had multiple USTs over on the west side of the building, connective piping to fuel islands in the middle, and then a larger UST on the east side of the building that may still be in place, according to the owner. We know that the north adjoining site was a dry cleaner in the 70s and 80s. We know that groundwater could be as shallow as 8 feet below ground surface, and our estimated groundwater flow direction is to the southeast. We also know the future planned use of the site is commercial. So taking what we know about our site and its past use, we suspect that there could be possible historical releases of petroleum products to soil, groundwater, and or soil vapor. There also may be potentially historical releases of dry cleaning chemicals because of that north adjoining site. Those could be released and or the groundwater. And that UST might still be in place on the east side of the building. So then taking what we know and what we suspect about our site, this leads us to our unknowns that we want to evaluate during our field investigation. We want to know, are there impacts to soil, groundwater, and or soil vapor related to those former gas station operations that could affect human health during redevelopment of our site or affect the future use of the site. We also want to know if there were impacts to soil or groundwater from that north adjoining site that was a former dry cleaner. Is that affecting conditions on our site? Also, is that UST still there? So then those questions that we came up with during the conceptual site model, that is going to lead us to how we want to design our sample plan. So this is our sample location figure. Know from the past usage, we want to collect soil and soil vapor samples around where those USTs used to be, around where the piping was in front of the building, and also around where we think that UST might still be in place. Because we know the estimated groundwater flow directions to the southeast, we want to take a couple groundwater samples up at the north and then one down gradient in the southeast corner. Also, because soil vapor might be a pathway to contamination, we also want to collect a couple samples beneath the slab of the building to see if vapor intrusion might be an issue here. And then here's a very busy slide for you, but hopefully you can see. There are sample design tables that go along with the sample location map. And we include our boring ID, maximum depth of our boring, our sample ID, the rationale why we want to collect samples, where we want to collect them, sample intervals, the analytes that we're sampling for, whether it's in soil, groundwater, or soil vapor, and then the laboratory analytical methods that we're going to use for these samples. So taking our sample design and putting those with the data quality elements that Sarah's going to go into this, is that we can collect quality data at our sites and meet our project objectives.
Okay, how do I prepare a QAPP? You prepare your QAPP while you plan your project by identifying the purpose and objectives of the study, design an experimental approach, determine the environmental parameters being measured, be they chemical, physical, radiological, or biological, selected laboratory and measurement methods, determine appropriate QA/QC activities, Determine how data will be recorded, reviewed, and reported. By answering questions such as who are involved with the project and what they do, why is sampling needed, what are the proposed sampling activities, are there any special training requirements, how will the data be used for decision making, and how will the data be reported. To ask questions during planning and crop development. You avoid collecting useless data that do not represent actual site conditions or do not meet project objectives. What's included in a QAPP? A QAPP is composed of 24 elements that are categorized into 4 general groups, which are Group A, project management and information data quality objectives. This section identifies key team members, roles and responsibilities, site background, the problem to be addressed, and other information related to project management and communication. Group B, implementing environmental information operations, describes how and where samples will be collected, transported, analyzed, and recorded. This includes site maps, standard operating procedures, and selection of analytical methods. Group C, assessment and oversight, describes the type and frequency of quality assessments that will be conducted by the project team to ensure that the project quality goals are met as the project progresses. And Group D, environmental information review and usability determination, describes how data will be evaluated for their use in the decision-making process for the site. And Jerry Lyons with the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska kindly allowed us to include a copy of her recently approved QAPP in the workshop handouts you received, as well as
I was just asking her if the handouts were in the chat, so she's gonna, if you, online, if you give us a minute, we'll give you links to the chat, to the handouts and everything.
in the handout, I have a completed QAPP, I have a Region 7 QAPP template, and then I have a Brownfield crosswalk published by Region 8. So the elements of Group A address project management, project history and site history, goals and objectives of the project, and project outputs. And they're designed to address questions such as who will be involved in the project, what is the environmental problem, what is the background history of the problem, what questions must be answered, how will the data be used, what type, quantity, and quality data are needed to support scientifically sound decisions. So a title page should contain these items: the title of the project, the Brownfield Cooperative Agreement number, date prepared, grantee name, name or person or organization that prepared the QAPP, effective date of the QAPP, and the revision number. Next, the approval page. Approval page is required to include the name, title, and date of signature of all approving officials. These include your EPA project officer, EPA QA officer, Brownfield state coordinator or PM, your organization's project manager, your organization's QA QC manager. Table of contents lists sections, figures, photographs, maps, tables and appendices contained in the QAPP with corresponding page numbers. When writing a QAPP, you should follow the QAPP template issued by your EPA region and make sure to include all section headings. Document control is used to identify the most current version of the QAPP. It needs to be included on every page. So include the title of the document, the version number of the document, the date of the version, and the page number in relation to the total number of pages. I typically include document control in the header, but it can be included in a footer too. Purpose and problem definition. The project purpose and problem definition give the reader an overview of the problem to be solved, along with any pertinent background information for the project. It describes why the project will be done and what needs to be done. In this section, you should describe the purpose of the project's environmental activity, define the problem to be addressed and questions to be answered, identify environmental decisions to be made, and then describe the background information from a historic, scientific, or regulatory perspective. The QAPP should include all project tasks and schedule for accomplishing these tasks. Section summarizes the tasks that will be performed, the data that will be collected, and the reports that will be generated. And you should identify the media being sampled and any contaminants of concern, provide a list of equipment required, list any field measurements being collected, such as PID measurements or blood flow parameters, describe field and offsite analytical testing, cite regulatory standards or criteria to which the data will be compared, and identify any products or reports that will be produced. So information, data quality objectives, performance acceptance criteria. We'll start with data quality objectives. They are designed to describe the project's information, data quality objectives, or how good the data are, or data need to be to support scientific conclusions. Data quality objectives need to identify how the data will be used to support project objectives, such as what type of data are needed, who will use the data, what the data will be used for, and how much data are needed. DQO process provides a logical flow for problem solving. The DQO process is used to establish the criteria that serve as a basis for designing a plan for collecting information of sufficient quality to support the goals of the project and achieve the stated outcomes. The 7 steps guide the project team to plan for their project and meet their project goals. Number one, state the problem. What is the purpose of the project? Identify the decisions, which answers what are the available options under consideration. Identify inputs to the decision. What information is needed to make informed, defensible decisions. Define the boundaries of the study. What is the geographical extent, time, and any time and budget constraints of the project? Develop a decision rule. Formulate if-then statements that relate to the decision, the data the decision they support. Specify limits on decision errors. Estimate how much uncertainty will be tolerated in the site decisions. And optimize the design. Identify the most cost-effective means to gather the data needed. If obstacles exist, reassess all the steps in the DQO process to refine decision goals. Data quality indicators. The 6 standard data quality indicators for environmental information projects are precision, accuracy, representativeness, comparability, completeness, and sensitivity. The 6 standard DQIs are also referred to by the acronym PARCCS. Precision is the ability of a measurement to consistently be reproduced. Accuracy is a degree of confidence in a measurement. Bias is influence, any influence in the project that might sway or skew the data in a particular direction. Representativeness tells us how well the data collected depicts the true system. Comparability is the extent to which data from one data set can be compared directly to another data set. Completeness is the amount of data that must be collected to achieve the goals and objectives stated for the project. Sensitivity is the lowest detection limit of a method, which addresses the capability of a method or instrument to detect your contaminant of concern. Here's just a table of the data quality indicators and typical QC criteria or DQI goals. Okay, next, your crop should have a distribution list. The purpose of the distribution list is to ensure that all key project personnel and people mentioned in the document or have interest in the project get a copy of the approved QAPP, including subsequent crop revisions, addenda, and amendments. Anyone that needs to review and approve your QAPP should be included in the distribution list. Key personnel may include your EPA project officer, EPA QA office, laboratory project manager, field team leader, data reviewers, subcontractors. This section describes your project organization, the roles and responsibilities. Here you will list key project personnel, managers, laboratory personnel, QA personnel, and describe their roles and responsibilities for the project, identify who is the lead manager for the entire project, identify who is in charge of each project activity, and describe critical instructions that will need to be communicated and the person responsible for them. All right, two functions, QA and operations, must remain independent, which means the project QA manager should be independent of environmental information operations. The QAPP shall describe how the project QA manager's independence is ensured, which can be achieved with a statement like you see here. We have the project organizational chart and lines of communication. The project organizational chart shows both lines of authority to include in the reporting relationships and the lines of communication, both within the organization responsible for the environmental work and between the organization responsible for the and other parties involved in the project. The chart should indicate a separation of responsibility that could create a real or perceived conflict of interest. For example, the person who's responsible for checking data quality should be separate from those who are generating the data. In other words, QA/QC officers should be independent or must have arm's length distance from other groups to ensure they can make objective determinations on quality issues. Here you will identify and describe any specialized training needed by project personnel to successfully complete the project or task, discuss how training will be provided, discuss where training documentation will be maintained, specify whether professional certifications or licenses are required for staff to perform their designated tasks. In this section, you will summarize the type of information necessary to be included in laboratory data report packages, discuss any other project records to be maintained, such as field forms and assessment or oversight reports, state where all project documents and records will be stored and for how long, including any backup procedures for electronic data, describe plans and requirements for reporting data to EPA and other report recipients, and identify what final reports be generated, what will be included in the report, and how the report will be stored. Group B. Group B elements include sampling, design, and rationale, sampling and analytical methods, sample handling and custody requirements, QA/QC requirements for field and laboratory equipment, data documentation, and management. And the elements of Group B address what's the sampling design and what is the rationale behind it, what sample collections will be used, what field and laboratory analytical procedures will be used, what field and laboratory quality control activities will be performed, how will sample data be managed, and will secondary data be used. This element describes project data collection or research experimental design. Keys to this element are the assumptions made and how the data will be obtained. This element explains the how and why of the project's information collection design to ensure that the appropriate data are collected. This is an example table like you saw in Kelly's site specific, or similar. It includes sample location, describe the location where the sample be collected, sample ID number, each sample should have a unique identifier. Sample matrix, describe the matrix or sample to be collected, such as soil, groundwater, or air. Analytical parameter, describe the analytical parameters that the sample will be analyzed for, the methods. Sampling SOPs, identify any standard operating procedures that field personnel will follow. And rationale, briefly describe the reason why each specific sampling location was selected. In B2, you'll explain how primary data will be collected, processed, and analyzed for identifying data collection procedures and methods for each operation matrix parameter. Field activity environmental measurements, which are derived from tools, instruments, observational results, investigations, and sample collection. Describe sampling methods as applicable, including specific procedures, sample container volumes, preservatives and holding times, equipment needed and preparation steps, decontamination disposal of investigative derived waste, Discuss the laboratory analyses, specifying the analytical methods being utilized. And the environmental technology, describe the physical parameters collected using environmental technologies, reference SOPs as applicable, or including a hyperlink, or include them in Aquapis attachments. Here you will describe or cite procedures and requirements to ensure the integrity of operations. Identify each laboratory to be used and include a copy of the laboratory's current accreditation, sample handling procedures, field documentation, sample containers, preservations and holding times, chain of custody and field document, handling of samples in the field and transport of samples to the laboratory. And you should include a copy of sample labels and chain of custody forms in the appendix in your packet. When samples are collected and analyzed, quality control samples can help identify and evaluate potential sources of error, like sampling variability using field duplicates or cross-contamination using field and laboratory blanks. This section includes the number and types of quality control samples to be collected and analyzed, such as trip blanks and field duplicates, and describes corrective action measures if problems arise. If any calculations will be performed, such as relative percent difference or percent recovery, the procedure or equation for this should be included or referenced in this section. Here's an example of some commonly used formulas included in a QAPP. In B5, you will list all equipment and instruments used in the field that will require calibration, testing, inspection, or maintenance, and specify the associated calibration, testing, inspection, or maintenance procedures, indicate the required frequency, indicate the acceptance criteria, describe the corrective action plan for any deficiency, reference or include applicable SOPs that describe calibration, testing, inspection, and maintenance activities, and identify the person responsible for these. This element describes how project personnel will know that the equipment they work with will work properly when needed. It describes how consumables and supplies, such as tubing for collecting groundwater samples or sample jars, will be inspected and accepted before use to ensure that sub-grade materials do not compromise the quality of the samples or analytical results. Here you will detail the process for inspecting supplies and consumables and determining their acceptability for use during the project. State the acceptance criteria for such supplies and consumables. Indicate the required frequency for inspecting supplies and consumables. Identify the person responsible for performing inspections of supplies and consumables, and describe how supplies and consumables should be handled or stored. B7, you explain the data management scheme from data generation to processing, compilation, and final storage. May include how data will be analyzed, a mechanism for detecting and correcting errors, and for preventing loss of information during data entry and reporting. Individuals responsible for elements of data management scheme. Any required computer, hardware, software, and any requirements for configuration, and include examples of any checklists and forms. On the screen, you'll see some example languages describing environmental information management, data management. Group C. The elements of this group address the following questions. How you will check to make sure the project is being conducted as described in the QAPP. For example, are the samples being collected from the correct locations? Is the laboratory generating accurate data? What interim and final reports will be generated and provided to management and data users? Topics in this group address the activities for assessing the effectiveness of project implementation and associated QA/QC activities. This element addresses the activities for assessing the effectiveness of the implementation of the project and associated QA/QC activities. Purpose of assessment is to ensure the QAPP is implemented as approved. Here's an example of types of assessment that may be conducted during the project. This section documents how management will be kept informed of project oversight and assessment activities and findings. Describe the oversight activities that ensure that mechanisms are in place to capture the project status and any QA issues that arise. Identify reports. What reports we made, such as radius review, progress reports, final report, sampling permit report to state agencies. Some examples of reports that could be prepared are field reports, project status monitoring reports, data validation reports, and final project reports. And group D, the elements include address the following questions. How will you check that individual data collection tasks were implemented correctly? How will you determine that individual sample results are acceptable or unacceptable based on QC data? How will you determine the limitations of the use of a data set? How will you assess the entire data set to determine whether data are good enough for use in making project decisions and drawing conclusions? The topic in this group addresses the QA activities that occur after data collection phase of the project is completed. Implementation of these elements determines whether or not data conform to the specified criteria, thus satisfying the project objectives. D1 should describe data verification activities, data validation activities, data quality assessment activities. Data verification, describe how the data will be checked to ensure that they are complete and were generated according to the methods and procedures specified in the QAPP. Describe steps taken by the laboratory to qualify sample results. Include data qualifiers that the laboratory will apply when data do not meet lab QC acceptance limits. Discuss how issues will be resolved, documented, and reported, and the personnel responsible for these tasks. We'll describe data validation procedures, including how sample results will be accepted, rejected, or estimated based on quality control criteria. Define the data validation qualifiers that will be produced. Attach or refer to written data validation procedures. Identify the individuals who will review data and resolve document data quality problems. And actions described to assess data quality may include were the data quality indicators met? PAR, CCS. Data, is the quality of the data consistent? The data meets the data quality objectives. Evaluate the integrity of the data and were the methods followed? Okay, and in the last section, we will describe how you intend to objectively decide whether the data you collected are good enough for the data user to use. Describe how the results of the study will be analyzed and evaluated to determine whether the needs of your project were met and reported, and describe what will happen if the data are unuseful. Steps to evaluate usability. And some tips for getting your QAPP approved. Informal or simple projects need to be described in addition to specific defined methods. If you're using a template, revise boilerplate or example text that's not relevant to your project. Do not remove sections from a template or leave them blank. Section or subsection is not applicable. Explain why. Make sure information presented in tables and text are consistent. Include field forms, example field forms in an appendix. And what's not on here is to use your crosswalk as a checklist to make sure you've included all 24 elements of your QAPP. And then I included links to some helpful.
With time.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah. Oh.
Uh-oh. Well, I didn't sign up.
Surprise,
Wait.
mouse.
You could. Okay. So what is the primary purpose of a QAPP? A, to secure funding for environmental projects. B, to outline procedures for collecting and using environmental data.
C, to train field personnel, D, to summarize historical sites.
To our online friends think. Oh, one person said B. I have one person in this room say B also.
Another one said B.
Next.
Yay! So which of the following projects requires a QAPP? A, educational outreach with no data collection. Literature review only. C, EPA-funded water sampling project. Or D, GIS mapping for internal use only. Our online people said C as well. Yay!
Awesome work.
Appreciate your enthusiasm.
Always count on Hannah for enthusiasm.
What is a conceptual site model? A list of contaminants found at a site. B, a visual or written summary of site understanding. C, a map of sampling locations. Or D, a laboratory report.
I know what I think it is, but I'm gonna see what everybody else says.
Yay!
How many questions are there?
10.
I've gotta keep it up a while. It's an exciting subject.
Hmm?
It's an exciting subject.
Yes. Which group in a QAPP addresses project management and data quality objectives? Harder one.
That is a hard one.
Group A, B, C, or the virtual people though can access slide, listen technically, and just if they're fast enough. Someone said A. What were their response so far? They're shy. Ready to go next? Go next. Yay! This one is an accidental trick question.
Oh, great.
So do we do it or no?
Yeah, but
Go ahead and do it, and then tell us what is wrong with the correct answer. Love virtual people. So you can show which the answer is.
I can.
Okay, but there's something wrong with this, and that's the trick.
Next slide, say what the trick is.
Representative.
Oh.
And
Are there two?
yeah,
there's two representatives.
D has one wrong. C has two wrong.
Virtual people, what's wrong with it?
An hour and a half.
Maybe let's talk through it.
I haven't got anything in the chat, so I don't know. There are 2 incorrect words in there.
Oh, the first one. And the third. Yeah.
The first one should be precision.
Yes. Accuracy, representativeness, completeness.
Representativeness. So, I'm sorry, that one was hard and not right.
So all the right, so
we were set up to fail.
You were,
You were.
I didn't catch it the last one.
EPA was like,
Making sure you're paying attention. So true or false, the site-specific QAP is always attached to a generic QAP. One said true. False.
I know the word always. Anytime you see always, like, there's always an exception.
Yes, the site-specific QAP can be a standalone document, especially when the project is limited to one. True or false, the QAP must include a title page, approval page, and distributions. Yes, it is. Yay! These components are required to ensure proper documentation, accountability, and communication. Next, data quality objectives are the same as data quality indicators. Got a yes, no. I think they did no. False. Okay. False. DQOs define the planning framework for data collection. DQIs are used to evaluate the quality of data. Completeness refers to how well data represents actual site conditions. Oh, crap. Okay.
You say false over here.
Good job. Completeness refers to the proportion of valid data collected compared to what was planned, not how represented. Last one, field duplicates are a form of quality control. True in chat. Yay! Yay!
I have a question. Can I ask a question before we get to these questions? Back at the very, very beginning, when it was, you had that slide of everything that needed a QAP. You had a reference to something about a map. The GIS,
Or GIS data.
yes, GIS data. Can you
collecting-
talk about that a little bit?
It's like collecting, I think if you're doing any kind of mapping, locations, I think any data that you're collecting, you're
In the very beginning, like the little.
talking about what environmental data needed. I know what she's talking about.
And D.
Early,
In the
like
questions or early in the slide?
early in the slides,
There's this
early in the
GIS
slides.
Like, okay,
My flow chart, I think it is.
yeah, the flow chart. Flow chart? Oh, I already missed this one.
No,
No.
it's slide 6.
Yes, no, out here, yeah. GIS and analysis or development.
I think it's developing GIS tools and it's interpreting and collecting GIS data, I think. One time I looked into the hotel, I had it all written down, no one asked me last time and I looked.
So I guess I'm just trying to think of like like a real life example of that. Well,
Let me look, find it.
and I'm only asking because we do a lot of stuff with GIS and GIS data and maps and.
Got it.
What does that mean for
I
all
think
of us?
you're using it is okay, it's.
Are you inputting data that you collected at sites into GIS?
I'm not necessarily doing any of this, but I mean, I think, collectively, there's a lot of different applications of using GIS and mapping tools. Sometimes it might be collecting data and then by that terms, what data constitutes.
And I guess the question comes down, so where does the QAPP fit into that process?
But if you're using it like, so it's like the education and training and like, you're just using it for your own purposes, like you don't. Um. I mean, where it fit in QAPP, like what part?
Yeah, so it would it be like in development of the actual data tool itself, or but where would the QAPP actually fit in?
I think it would be, I guess it depends on what the tool is, it would be in the development of the tool, and then it'd be in the, how you're gonna collect the data, you would outline how you're gonna collect it. And kind of like it would field data, I believe, you just have to like outline the step.
And would that look, so this is just general, so it would look a lot different than what we've gone through here.
It would.
This seems like more general.
Yeah, it would be different, yeah,
Okay.
same format, but it would be different
Okay.
content. Mhm.
And so this, I might sound like a dummy, but so the QAPP is it's just after environmental data. Any data collection, okay. So if it's like in a hypothetical situation, we're trying to understand, I don't know, health conditions within this area of our community, and so we, you know, however we get that information, whether we're asking, you know, let's just say we go around door to door and ask people, and then we're, not that we would do, but you know, then it's going into a map. That collection of data, and then, you know, we're planning to use that for some decision-making process within our community. That would need a QAPP to do that. Question mark.
That's a good question, because normally we context of collecting. You have an opinion on this?
I'm wondering, I'm actually not thinking about a QAPP in that situation, I'm thinking about any term and condition that applies to surveying. That. But I don't have a lot of experience with that in particular. Related to brownfield screens. I originally they applied QAPP to like everything in QAPP. We're like QAPP crazy. So
I've just never heard of a QAPP being required. I was just shocked when I saw that, but I admittedly haven't been in the space where I've had to, you know, think a lot about QAPPs for a lot of years, so. And I think at the time that I was, GIS was not a real mainstream thing, so. Appreciate it. I was just like, what? When I saw that.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I have some questions in the chat. Did you just want me to go back to the slide, or I can pull up the questions if you want? They have a question on a specific slide. If you want to go. I think they're just some general questions.
That, and then go to the questions on the slide.
This one is the first one.
Oh, for the GIS.
And that came in asking your question, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry said my comment was in relation to the GIS.
Yeah.
So the QAPPs or EPA's 2023 QAPP standard says, they must include but are not limited to information on physical parameters, development of environmental software tools, models, methods, and applications, design, construction, operation, or application of environmental technology, or some that would decision support tools, websites, existing literature, other sources. Wow. Information compiled or obtained from databases and software applications, information provided by models. Long list.
Look at us learning things.
I guess it's just not applications that we usually use around programs.
Yeah. Okay, what does page say? Said that we had to use the Regions template, but what about the UFP QAPP?
We don't usually use UFP quite for brownfield work. I usually use them for super fun projects. You probably could use for brownfield work. It has, I think, all the right content.
Okay, but it's not fundamentally wrong.
I don't believe so. I haven't compared it to like the QAPP checklist or the crosswalk. But as long as it has all the content, I would think you'd be fine.
Okay.
It's a little more involved, isn't it?
Affecting a phase one, a contractor can do asbestos lead survey. QAPP. So do you wait until doing the phase two? Okay.
Could write a site specific QAPP just for that site.
At the phase one point?
At the phase 2 point.
Okay.
Before collecting any data.
Yeah, before your phase 2, usually
Okay.
after your phase 1.
Paige, you can come off mute whenever you want. You should have the ability to do that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let me explain. So I just got done conducting 6 phase 1s on several different properties, 6 properties. We need to do 3 phase 2s out of the 6, right? But we're going to do 5 lead and asbestos surveys out of the 6. And one of them is not getting a phase 2. I don't want to have to write 6 different QAPPs. That is ridiculous. I don't have time to write 6 site specific QAPPs. Why can't you put 6 sites in one QAPP? As long as you reference what sites what. They're all getting tested the same, except for one site where we're adding PFAS to the site. I don't 6 QAPPs is ridiculous. Sorry, it's frustrating.
A lot of head nodding in the room, Paige.
I do have something to say here. If they're contiguous sites and they are having the same type of test, you can write one site specific QAPP. So you don't have to write 6 different. If they can't, in my experience with scenarios like that, if they're like very close to each other, you can make the case that they're will then have very similar or exact, as you say, analysis or assessment. I've reviewed plenty of site specific QAPP that's gone through that has multiple sites.
Okay, well, thank gosh.
On your EPA project officer.
Yeah,
Region
I like that.
Some will, like we've done that before, write an overarching just for RVM collection, like lead and asbestos. But other regions, other officers won't let you do that. So.
I think it's best to always ask first on what they want to see before you put the time in.
You don't want to waste effort. Just
Right.
work with them and they're able to. But these are very similar sites and one site specific QAPP, the next for each of these sites is not going to change much. Hopefully, like one.
Well, I did it before. I put two sites in one QAPP, but they were getting the exact same testing. So I didn't know if, since all the 3 sites are getting the same testing except for one of them, we're having PFAS added to it. So that extra site worth the extra testing, do I need a site specific QAPP just for that? And then I can put the other 2 sites on there, or can I put all 3 on there?
I mean, sometimes you can put all of the different analyses that you're going to use. Might not be using one for each site, but everything you're going to be using, you can put into one QAPP. And that will apply to all of them, whether they use all of those analytical methods or not.
Oh,
but
sweet.
they're all in there. And
Okay,
can't-
sweet. Yeah,
Then-
that's what I wanted to know.
Just quickly, and I'm sorry to interrupt on there, there is nothing anywhere that indicates that you need to have separate co-ops. I mean, for this particular instance, if you have three co-ops following all similar or same things, you just write on the top that these three sites follow all this. And then at the bottom, you can state, however, this particular XYZ has an additional PFAS and you're still in the same SSIP. There's nothing to prevent you or stop you or from doing something that meets the intent, but has a little bit of a difference here or there. I mean, most often, there's nothing in the regulations, policies, or anywhere that stops you from combining those three into a different combination.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sandeep.
Okay. Let's go to the slide questions, please. Okay. So let's talk through these and everybody yell out your answers.
Well, these are hard questions because there's a lot of content to move over.
Yeah.
I would like to hear what people think on the second bullet. They're all important, but
This is Paige.
yeah.
So it isn't so much the format that having difficulty with, it's understanding the context of the QAPP. Like, what is this? I know you went through some definitions, but it doesn't really click until you're writing one, and then you're like, well, what's this mean? I don't understand. I just put it in there because everybody else has it. You know, kind of thing. Sometimes it's how you word things, like what verbiage you use. Sometimes it's if you're not like that one slide, I can't think of what it was, but it had the table and talked about RFD and yeah, how do you know? I know you went through it, but I still don't understand what does it mean if it's below 50%. You know, a lot of the stuff I don't understand that's in the QAPP. And so it makes it difficult to write when you don't understand exactly what it is you're supposed to be typing. Does that make sense?
I was hoping with the handout, you could sort of follow along with the slides and see it kind of in real life, and then also with the template. That would maybe help connect, yeah, but it is a lot to see again.
So I guess so the suggestion is, I don't have the handout in front of me, but so that would be, we're going home and we're revisiting all of this. Look at the handouts side by side while scrolling back through the slides.
Yeah, maybe like seeing what the template looks like, seeing what it is when it's been put into a prop, and then kind of hearing the explanation. I mean, I understand, even when I was putting it together, I realized that how hard it is, like there's a lot of concepts that are not really clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have the template and an actual completed.
Okay. So
Okay,
It's usually more helpful if you can see one that's completed, all
Right.
filled out.
Right.
maybe just-
What they're asking and what we did before.
Yeah, what it
answer that.
actually sounds like in
Right.
practice.
I'm wondering, Paige, are you still there?
I am.
I'm wondering, this is Kate Gregory. I'm a project officer with EPA Region 8.
Uh-huh.
I'm wondering is your question, it sounds like something that I wonder often, which is why are we doing what we're doing? Like why, like when you were saying like the unit, like 50, or why am I writing to do it this way? So it's like the why, right? As maybe. Is that
Right.
what you're-
Well,
That's-
like, okay,
Mhm.
so I'm looking at the handout, I'm looking at the Region 7 template, right?
Uh-huh.
And I don't know what page we're on here. Oh, 10. I'm on page 10. And you have that table there, and you have matrix, you have measurement, you have precision, you have accuracy, you have sensitivity, and you have performance criteria.
Uh-huh.
Where am I getting this information from?
I'm turning to the page. Hold on.
it's page 9 of the printed handout.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. That's the right one.
It's like, okay, so you have performance criteria plus or minus 20% for precision. How did they come up with that? What does that mean?
A lot of it comes from the laboratory. You get you have the lab for their QC criteria, and they have established limits for acceptability, precision, accuracy, and some of these. You get it from the lab and then pretty much just translate it right to your document.
So you get all those from the lab. You get the matrix, the measurement, the precision, the accuracy, the sensitivity, all from the lab.
So each analytical method has precision. There's a level of precision that it has to pass. There's accuracy, there's sensitivity. The other three are less quantitative categories, but yeah, so they have it for each method, for each matrix. Or you write your QAPP, you go to the lab and you say, I'm gonna have soil samples for VOC analysis. Can you send me your information? And they'll send you a list of every analyte and their acceptance criteria that the lab has. And that's what you.
Right, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
Paige, it's Kate again.
Yeah.
You're writing your own QAPPs?
Yeah. Yes.
Dang, I am impressed. I said in the other session of this session, because I was in the other one, I often try and remember that, and I hope I'll make this make sense, that any TRP Brownfields recipient, tribal or anyone, these grants are cooperative agreements. They're not just pass-through grants. So I think that's important to remember, because that means your project officer and EPA on the whole is meant to have more involvement than I think we remember. And in cases like this, that means I'm really impressed that you're writing your own QAPPs, and in your region with your project officer, I've sat down with a recipient and walked through QAPP and then gotten the QA people to come sit through a meeting. So I think it's really impressive that you're writing your QAPP.
Wow.
And I think that you should really remember that the EPA staff that you're working with, they have to work with you more than you might think.
Well, they don't. I did it on my own. I've already had a QAPP approved, and I
Okay.
used the UFP QAPP worksheets. And it was approved. I did it all on my own.
That's amazing.
I had no help from my project officer. I had no help from anybody at Region 7. Not saying that I didn't know they could help me, because usually when we ask for help, they're like, we're too busy.
Well, I get, it really depends, but I just feel like sharing that message, because it really is our job to make things make sense. And the idea that you've written an entire QAPP yourself, I couldn't do that. So hats off to you, but make it clear, because that's our job. So
And like I said, so I did it myself, but what I did was I went online and I researched UFP QAPPs. I mean, like crazy. For like a whole month straight, that's all I did was just research that. I mean, I dug deep. And then I compared their information, and then I'm like, okay, well, that looks good. I'm gonna put that in there, not knowing exactly what I'm putting in.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I didn't know how else to do it.
I wouldn't know how to do it, but I would help you figure it out.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
You're writing your own co-ops, but are you then going out and sampling on your own?
No.
So is there a reason you're writing it on your own rather than having your contractor prepare it for you?
Because I requested a QAP from them and they sent me, let's just say the contractor is not up to par. And they sent me their QAP, and I sent it into Diane Harris at Region 7, QA manager, and she came back with 6 pages of comments. So I just kind of took it over myself because I feel they don't do a lot of federal work or work with people who need QAPs, or they work with people who already have their own QAPs. So I went ahead and I just took it over. So there's just situations. So yeah, that's why. I'm out there, I'm not sampling myself, but I'm out there with them.
I struggled a bit too with my contractors writing the QAP. So basically what I did is I kind of put together a draft of my QAP, and then I sat with I think this was even before Stantec helped me, and they sat down and told me like how they did their testing, and I made sure that QAP would meet what they do. And then I decided to work on the QAP. So I ended up writing the QAP myself too to get the project going.
I think that's awesome. Sorry, this is Katie again. I mean, we're supposed to have, the contractor is the recipient's contractor. We're not at EPA supposed to have, there's supposed to be that book as a rule. So my experience, the more a recipient takes on doing themselves that is allowable and that they can do, the more in control they are of their program. So I think that's awesome. I couldn't do it, like I said, but I'm really impressed.
But should we be expecting the contractors to write those QAPs? That sounds like we should. And so maybe when I'm doing the RFP next time, I need to put in there specifically that they need to provide the QAP. Or is that not appropriate?
You should have them sign a contract, your own contract, when you decide to hire them.
Yeah,
that they will write the QAP. Well, see, I put mine, this is where I erred. And you know what? Live and learn. So I put it in my RFP that they would write the QAP. But when I hired them, there was no contract on my side to enforce that they would write the QAP. So I'm kind of stuck with it because they won't do it.
Seven generally has this sort of a document, and I forget what the title is. Diane Harris has prepared some specific requirements that Region 7 has, which essentially follow UFP co-op, but they are adapted more towards what the Region 7 will accept. And typically Diane Harris doesn't, I mean, I've worked with her not just on brownfields, but I've worked with her for 20 years on Superfund contracts, which is even worse than what we do for brownfields. I can tell you she's very thorough and she's accurate, and we would, should, and could be more helpful. I'm glad you're sharing this information about the QAPP. Maybe requesting to R7, I think, for some QAPP assistance or training or something of that sort. Because we do this often, and Diane Harriet is an excellent person. She'd be more than happy to do that. I just,
Right.
I apologize on, I mean, with the issues that you're having, it just feels bad for me.
I know. So
Hey,
Sandy,
Paige, I was gonna tell you that six pages of comments is not bad.
No, and some of
Sandeep,
there are two different types of comments that Diane Harris would usually give. One is those that you need to change before you can go out in the field, and the others are more which would benefit you so that you document it and protect yourself as well as the agencies. So those you can implement at a later time, but if they are very critical, then you need to fix those. A lot of that information also comes from your lab.
Right.
So your lab actually has that document and lab specific information that you can pull right out of their document, put it in your document and be done with it. But it does have to follow generally UFP QAPP requirements, which are tailored somewhat by R7 to an extent. And we'd be more than happy to help. That's what I can leave you with. And I feel bad about this. I really feel bad about it.
Sandeep, so next month during our talk in October, we're having a 2-day QAPP training.
Yes,
Okay.
I just got asked that question whether I was planning.
Okay.
I've been to too many QAPP trainings and I've been doing this for a long time. So to me, QAPP kind of is one of the easiest things that you can do on a project, in my opinion.
Well, come right mine then.
Yeah.
But I've been doing it for so long that it's just secondhand for me.
There is a link to a pop training video on EPA 7's website also. But I was linking it in my, that could be helpful.
Hey, Paige, Stantec does a really great job too. They need help.
I had a comment. This is Virginia or Osh there from Craven. And it's just a comment. We with Craven, and I know Kickapoo as well, but I know we constantly advocate, and it's not for everybody. It's not everybody has the same relationship with their state, but we're constantly advocate for the MOA that we have with the state of Kansas. For that we're able to utilize the state of Kansas QAPP and their approved contractors, they're contractors that have an approved QAPP or have accepted the state of Kansas QAPP. We're able to utilize those contractors, so we don't have to deal with QAPPs at all. Because directly, we don't have to directly deal with writing QAPPs, getting them approved. We have that arrangement and that relationship with the state. Yeah.
That's awesome, Virginia, because I took your template that you sent me and I sent it to NIWI, Nebraska Water, Environment and Energy. They changed their name again. And asked Taryn Horn, who's the Brownfields person, if this is something we could do with the with NIWI. And she hasn't gotten back to me. I know they're doing some reorganization and I don't know how long that's gonna take, but I've asked a couple of times and I don't want to harass her, but
Hey, Jen, if you want to send me
an email, just to jog my memory, I'm happy to reach out to Taryn and not mention any names, just like, hey, we're just wondering, is this an agreement that the state would be willing to enter into with the tribes?
Right, and she said that, you know, it was something that she would have to take to her supervisor or director and then get back to me, and then she has never gotten back to me. And then
Yeah, so I'm just saying, maybe if she hears it from a couple of places,
okay,
it might help at least
Yeah.
get a we're still working on it, or a no, we can't do that kind of answer. You know,
okay,
I'm just because I don't, you know, I'm worried I'll forget in this moment because I just where I'm, you know, here and don't have computer, you know, all of that. And so if you don't mind that, just sending me an email, just like, hey, email Taryn about MOAs, that's all it needs to say. I'm happy to reach out to Taryn and ask, and I won't name any names. I'll keep it very high level, generic.
oh, you can, Taryn and I are good friends, you can say something, you can say my name. You can say my name, that's fine.
Well, I think it's, I mean, it's a question for more than also just you, right? Of just
Right.
all of the Nebraska tribes, right? So.
Yeah, it would be interesting, but I know here I wouldn't be able, I would have to take it to tribal council to see if they'd be interested into it, but it would be interesting to hear how it works. And so I could take it to my tribal council.
Yeah. Okay.
So one of the suggestions I have, if I may, quickly, and I won't take too much time, but this is what I do with one of the grantees, in particular, who has Stantec as their contractor. And I'm not representing Stantec or recommending or anything of that sort. But on the grant, and this can continue on for multiple grants, I think, we have set up a standard overall generic UFP QAPP, which includes all the processes, methods, everything is in there. It's a generic one for the grant. And then each time the grantee has a new site that comes up, they just pop open the site-specific sampling analysis plan and put on, here's the site name, a little bit of a site details. We are going to, as represented in the approved generic QAPP, we are going to do these type of analysis. This is the number of samples, this is the sample location, this is the map, and some other details, and be done with it. So when you have your site-specific analysis plan, you don't have to write the whole thing again and again and again. You have one generic one set up. Anytime there's an update to the sampling method, then you go in and update that. But beyond that, every time for every site, all you do is this 10-page document which gives you number of samples, the type of media that you're going to do, and what is associated with that particular site, and a map showing the location. So you don't have to do too much things. This is something maybe you can consider if you want to put in place, because then I think you, and again, talk to your project officer. I cannot necessarily get into any of how, you know, these individual work, but that's something that I have done for my grantees, and that's what I do for TBA also. It's a standardized generic one that I've set up at the start of the task order. That's it. It's an easier way to do things for y'all. And for us, of course.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sandy, for sharing that. One question that comes up with respect to project officers, project managers, how standardized is that approach, or how we're calibrated across, you know, I guess the program, what kind of training or consistency, or is it just kind of variability? Just wondering your perspective on that.
Okay, say that again. I'm so sorry. Say the question
you know,
again.
given, you know, as a project officer, you know, we're hearing your perspective, and it's very helpful. I just wondered, is that based on your own training or just kind of the perspective directives from within the agency, or is there variability just depending on each one of those officers?
I am not too familiar with all the other project officers or how they're handling it. This is my experience because I have gone through Superfund experience.
Okay.
Again, it comes back over and over again, but I used to have huge sites which are no different, similar to an operable unit with multiple sites. So you'd still have the same UFP qual. The training would still be the same because you're preparing the same UFP qual, no different. But with the generic one, all you're doing is you're accounting for most, if not every method. And in my instance, I have even put in PAH, I put in SVOCs, I put in any, these air samples or anything that we have to take. I put all those methods in because methods is going to remain same no matter what. If you're going to sample a soil for a VOC, the method is the same. So you just put all these methods into a generic document following the UFP qual. So you're set. Once you set that up, 5 feet less, so 4 years, 11 months and 29 days, less than 5 years, you hit that time frame, you just send in a document saying, hey, this was done 5 years ago. 3 of these methods have changed and this is the updated methods. The rest of the things remain the same. We are going to update that and see if that's acceptable to Diane Harris. I mean, every 5 years, that's the limit of what the document can be acceptable for the UFP qual. For your site-specific plan, obviously, you just put it in when you are starting the work or before you are starting the work, get it approved through QA documentation as you would normally do. But it would only be a short duration, right? Because it's a site-specific one. And there are times when you do 2 medias instead of all the 3 medias. Then you don't need to put in everything. You are just putting in soils, 10 samples, these are duplicates, these are MSDs. That's, very limited information that you need to put in because you're referencing your generic one, which has already been approved. So you don't go through a headaches of all this approach. That's what, for example, that's what I'm doing at Flint Hills Regional Council, which I've worked with for 2 grants, and it's perfectly workable. Although every time, if it's a new grant, we make sure that we document with the QA folks that, hey, this document was there, is it acceptable? Yes, no, you take the documentation, file it away and be done. And the reason to have the documentation and have that extra step is to ensure that you protect yourself from the risk, you protect the people who are going to buy the property, for example, you protect EPA, everybody's covered in the risk mitigation factor. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Can you refresh my memory on the review process in Region 7? Does the project officer review and then Diane and the QA group?
Correct, yeah. So there's 2 steps to the review. One is the program that has to review, ensure there is enough information related to the site. Are you doing the same media that you all talked about? Does it match with the contamination, potential contamination that was found or that is anticipated or expected based on the phase 1? So that takes some time. There is a 30-day minimum window requirement in the QA department. So that 30 days are standard, fixed, you cannot change it because that's the requirement that they have set up. So in times of durations when you have, and again, it changes with the season as usual. So summer is the peak season when people want to just rush out and everybody wants to do sampling. So in spring and fall, it gets a little tighter. It sometimes takes more than 30 days. But oftentimes, once you send in your document, the response that needs to come back after you have submitted your document typically ends up anywhere from 45 to 60 days or more. And of course, it also depends on the individual project officer. If they are super busy and they are having so much workloaded, especially in the current situation that we have, we've lost 4 or 5 people, so everybody's doubled up or tripled up in the workload. So that kind of causes a little bit of an issue at our end. But we've historically, in the recent past, at least for my projects and for my sites, I have usually turned it around, and I don't want to put this onerous decision on everybody else. So I just want to caveat that, and not everybody has the same methodology and so on and so forth. But I have usually turned it around in 60 days or less once I get the document. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that is not.
And that's the whole review, Sandeep, that's your review as the project officer plus the QA review, or that's
but
your
it's-
review and
so,
then the 30 days.
Yeah, if I get it on the 1st of January, I typically try to get it out by 30th. Well, February has 28 days, but hypothetically 60 days from 1st of January, the comment should be out and back to the applicant or the grantee, whatever the case is, needs to go out typically in 60 days. I push it as much as I can.
Region 8, it's a little bit different. We are all trained as what's called a DAO, which is a delegated, I had to look it up because I didn't know what the acronym was for. Delegated QA approving officer. So we all have a level of training that delegates us to the reviewer and approver. So on our QA documentation, vast majority of the QA documentation we reviewed just has our name as project officer and DAO, and not anyone from the QA office. And that can help turn things around more quickly because we still do have the 30 days. QA spot checks our work. So, and we, it's another thing we're putting our name on that we could get in trouble if we do it wrong. But generally speaking, that can make things move a little quicker, I think. That said, they had to pay for all of us to take that training and to have the credential re-ups, which sometimes isn't the strategy of brownfields teams. But if ever I did, let's say, need to talk with someone in QA, oftentimes I try not to because it's sort of like opening up like a genie bottle that's full of stuff you don't actually want to know or talk about. But they can help. They're, if I needed to be like, okay, this doesn't make sense, or what should I do? That's what I was trying to describe to the page. It's my job to make it make sense and to get tap people in. And yeah, because it's really confusing. I think at EPA, or if you've had the super fun to brownfields pipeline, which is very common at EPA, going from that program to this side of RISE that is brownfields in CERCLA. But we're confused too. So we often have to, get clarification, but yeah, we're all DAOs, and so that makes it a little easier. But now, just like in Region 7, there are half of us, so it's taking us longer to do stuff.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, that's funny. Because we tribal tap, we work nationally, so we work in every region and we are getting. Whoa, why is it so different in every single region? And then that makes it.
It's super confusing.
Well, and for us, how do we best tell?
Yeah.
Based on the region, and that assumes that we understand, how each region is. So this makes me feel a little bit better. that
Yeah, we're making.
I'm
it
not
extremely
missing
hard.
something major.
No, it's, I think it's one of the, you know, it's gonna be
It's
really
really
different
cycle.
across regions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right, thanks both of you for sharing all of that, that was helpful.
Again, I'm not committing all the other project. Timelines. I just want to make sure that I'm very crystal clear on that one.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sandy.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Online people, if you want to stay, you can. We're really just gonna kind of come back and talk about mostly what's gonna happen tomorrow and then make sure that everybody knows where they're going for dinner tonight. So you are welcome to stay with us, but do not feel like you have to. You won't miss really crucial information. And thank you for sticking with us all day. Same time tomorrow,
Wrapping
and
up. You guys will be-
we will do our, go through your third of the work sessions. We will play Stuart's Jeopardy game.
Can we do that?
After everybody's gone through all the sessions, we'll do that. So we will play Jeopardy together. And then, yeah, we'll hear from headquarters, EPA headquarters. We'll have, the Acres team here to give us an overview of Acres. We want to hear from you all. We're gonna have kind of a roundtable discussion from all of you about, successes, challenges, best practices that, you're running into or excited about or whatever. So think about that tonight. And if you have, especially challenges, like I'm really hung up on this thing, let's bring it in here and see if together we can figure out how to work through these things. And then we will hear from Philip and Kermit and I guess Adrian if he's virtual. About some of their cleanup sites and then that's it. So it should be hopefully not as intense. Today feels like, are your brains tired? Like my brain is tired after today. So hopefully tomorrow's a little bit lighter. And we're kind of talking more and really learning from each other and our experiences. So that's all I want to say. So it's 4:29. Wow. We can be done. Okay. So see y'all in the morning.